like advantage everybody that way. No. So they like close like half the buildings on campus, so like not somebody wants to go into the office. Yeah. Yeah, yesterday I was sorry, yeah. How are you there? We've heard about his debt. Is that he was like calling that he was not his wife. His reported his like like went to the some government. Don't like can't
Justin, nice to meet you in person. Yeah. Just remembering. I feel like, yeah, I see a lot of people that I recognize from Zoom scores. Also, I want to introduce myself, Justin. So you can see it. I'm new. Yeah. Say it again. Yeah. Exactly. So I don't know if you saw that it went bankrupt. It went out of business. Yeah. It's a consumer edge. Okay. Well, I should ask you about how it is. I'm thinking about buying it.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to day 2 of our household finance meeting. We're going to start off with a morning about MPCs, a topic close to my heart, and looking forward to these three papers related to this topic. So we're going to start with Scott.
All right, yeah, we all love MPCs, right? So I'm going to be showing you a new type of MPC that I hope you can all go out and start to calculate. So this paper is joined with Michael Gelman, Lorenz Kung, and Sung Lee, who's here in the audience. The paper is really about trying to kind of better understand what drives heterogeneity in consumption dynamics. We love MPCs. MPCs are kind of important. They feature prominently in macro models, thinking about fiscal stimulus, thinking about effectiveness of monetary policy, thinking about welfare implications of macro policy. They've certainly been very well tested in empirical work, including work by this co-author team. But there's still a lot of questions. I think there's kind of new emerging literature that's really focusing on this question of how much are MPCs driven by kind of current contemporaneous economic circumstance for this given individual, or how much is driven by kind of persistent behavioral consumer types. And we're hoping to kind of bring a new approach and maybe some new evidence to bear on this question. And so what we are going to do is to calculate these, what we call a pre-MPC or pre-payment MPC. Basically, how much does the spending respond in anticipation of a known forecastable income shock at an individual level. We're also going to calculate, the post-payment, the traditional MPCs that we all know and love. And we're going to do this in a big panel of household data across a bunch of different fiscal transfer events that I'll tell you about for about a decade of data. All of these transfers are pre-announced. They are theoretically knowable by all of these users. And we're going to see multiple events per household that we're going to try to exploit to look not just at the cross-section, but also at individual variation kind of across events over time. So what do we find? Well, we find that there is a substantial amount of MPC heterogeneity, right? We've seen this all in the kind of ex post MPCs from prior literature. We show this is very true for these preemptive MPCs as well. We are going to use the distribution of pre and post MPCs, both kind of in isolation and the joint distribution, to both provide some evidence that these persistent behavioral types are important in driving consumption dynamics, and are useful for kind of dividing people into these types. So we're then going to divide people into these 4 persistent consumer types that I'll tell you a little bit about later. And we're going to use some kind of ancillary data to try to kind of map these types into models that have kind of been pre-existing in the literature. I think we contribute to kind of 3 areas of the literature. One is just kind of enriching our ability to kind of calculate some of these consumption dynamics and kind of introducing this prepayment MPC, which is very easily calculable by everybody who has used or does use kind of household transaction data. We are going to contribute to this discussion about the distribution of individual level MPCs and its kind of variability, and then also think a little bit more about kind of behavioral implications. All right. So the landscape in which we are going to be doing this analysis is this big database of household transaction data. So this is essentially all of the income and spending flows that we can see for a large group of American households for about 10 years. We see all of the individual transactions, and so we are going to focus on non-durable expenditures, non-durable consumption. And then we are also able to observe all of the individual income transfers. And so, like I said, all of the fiscal transfers that we are going to look at are pre-announced. We can see them very precisely based on the transaction descriptions that kind of accompany each transaction. So we can pin down, this is a paycheck, this is a COVID stimulus check, this is an Alaska Permanent Fund dividend check, okay? So we can directly observe all of that. We cannot see anything in the way of like illiquid assets, retirement accounts, mortgage balances. We don't have much in the way of demographics. We do have location. And we do have some other elements of kind of liquidity and credit availability. I'm not really going to focus today, given time, on anything too much about external validity representativeness, but we do a bunch of that in the paper. I've done a bunch of that with this particular database and kind of other papers as well. And hopefully you'll take my word that this is a pretty broad-based and representative sample that kind of replicates lots of existing other work on these particular shocks as well. Okay. So the events that we are going to be looking at is going to be a few different types. Some are going to be these one-off events. So the 3 waves of COVID stimulus checks in 2020 and 2021 are going to be utilized. We're going to look at the direct payments that came out of the child tax credit expansion a few years back. We're also going to use annual repeated events like federal and state tax refunds, as well as the annual Alaska Permanent Fund dividends. We're going to oversample Alaska residents, so we can kind of exploit this a bit more as well. And then for the portion of our sample, about 35–40% of households get monthly paychecks. We're also going to look at kind of the deviation in spending, kind of the consumption dynamics around the arrival of monthly paychecks, okay, like a week on either side. What we're going to be doing here is calculating both the kind of traditional MPCs and across different horizons. So we're going to be looking at excess spending at an individual level over the week, the month, and the 3 months after each of these income shocks. We are also going to be looking at this prepayment MPC, which is going to be determined by the excess spending in the week before the income shock actually arrives. Okay, so we're going to be observe the exact date that this hits a bank account. We're going to look at spending kind of around that. We're going to include kind of traditional fixed effects as well as individual by day of month fixed effects, because we're using this high frequency kind of weekly identification, and household consumption patterns differ for different individuals based on kind of monthly pay cycles and monthly spending trends as well. Okay, and so we're going to get a bunch of different pre and post consumption betas that are going to identify these pre and post MPCs. We can get that both at a population level, or we can then drill down and allow these betas to vary by household and look at the distribution of betas across individuals or across even individual by event level as well. And so what do we find? Well, on average, on the post side, I know this is maybe a little bit hard to read, but we see that there is indeed excess spending both before and after these income shocks arrive. Now, the spending afterwards is like dramatically larger than the excess spending before. So the pre-MPCs are kind of an order of magnitude lower than the post-MPCs. But we do find detectable anticipatory spending on average, right? These are small, these with kind of less data or even with a longer kind of pre-horizon. These basically overlap with zero. But in the week before income of an anticipated payment event, we do see detectable lifts in spending on average, okay? And I'm not going to focus too much on kind of differential patterns. We talk about that a bit in the paper, but in general, this pattern is kind of similar across lots of these different types of events, okay? What we're going to then focus on is not just the average kind of small level of anticipatory spending, but the distribution. And we're going to try to use this distribution to try to say something about the heterogeneity of household behavior. And one interesting thing is that there is just very wide heterogeneity in estimated MPCs. Now, some of this is noise, right? Because consumption dynamics are just by their nature going to be noisy, especially at a very high frequency level. And this is where, you know, having multiple events per individual is going to give us a little more statistical power. And so this distribution of MPCs starts to shrink. The tails start to shrink, especially if you start averaging across events within individuals. So kind of the longer panel, the more data you have, the more precisely you can try to get at this like actual signal in terms of heterogeneity in MPCs across individuals versus just noise, right? This is not measurement error because we are observing their actual spending, but this is kind of just consumption variability and noise. The other thing that we are going to then do is do a bunch of analysis using the joint distribution of these pre and post MPCs. I'm not going to go through all of them in depth, but one thing that comes out from all of these is some evidence that kind of points us to the direction, or like all of these tests kind of point in the direction of these persistent traits being important for driving consumption behavior, not just observable or in contemporaneous kind of financial circumstances on the part of these households. So one thing that I'll mention is, you know, like these events are persistent over time within individual. And so like, for instance, lagged pre-MPC or lagged post-MPC is predictive of the pre or post MPC for the following shock. And this kind of following income shock might be a month later, it might be a year later, it might be 2 years later, but kind of the consumption dynamics for an individual are kind of predictive of their consumption dynamics kind of down the road, okay? And this predictiveness and persistence is kind of greatly magnified for events that are like more newsworthy, that have more news about them, that we think they might be more aware of them. So like the more awareness there is about these shocks that are going to be kind of impending or going to be coming, the more persistent and similar their consumption behavior around those shocks becomes. We also see that there is a correlation, a positive correlation between the pre-MPC and the post-MPC within individual. And this is kind of the opposite that you would expect from like the canonical strict liquidity constraints model, where you basically just have, you know, constrained and unconstrained households and a negative correlation between pre and post MPCs. We actually across the population see a positive correlation. And then we also are able to use those multiple events per person to kind of test directly the impact of liquidity, of contemporaneous liquidity on individual MPCs. And so we can basically show that once you put in household fixed effects, the strong cross-sectional correlation between, say, having high liquidity and having low MPCs mostly dissipates, okay? And so again, all of these things kind of point in this direction that these persistent traits are maybe a bigger deal or an important component of understanding how households behave, not just like contemporaneous liquidity. All right. So because of that evidence, we then kind of push into this direction of, well, how can we better sort households across these types? And we're going to kind of enrich the like single dimension liquidity story or single single dimensional type story with this additional dimension of the pre-MPC. So we are going to sort people using a k-means clustering algorithm based on their pre and post MPCs, so kind of really taking advantage of the heterogeneity that we're able to measure. And we're going to sort people into 4 different clusters. We show in the paper that these clusters have some persistence over time. If you look at a given event within an individual and sort them based on that response, and then look at their next event, there's kind of a persistence in the cluster that they are assigned to. And then we're going to take those 4 clusters and we're going to do some additional testing kind of separately across those clusters. And we're going to kind of use the differential response to financial circumstances or salience to try to assign like names to these clusters. And the names are basically going to be loosely correlated with existing models of consumption that have been proposed kind of in the theory literature. Okay, so we have 4 different clusters. I'm going to go through them in turn, and we kind of have this like tiered hierarchy of kind of how we refer to them. So we're going to have savers and spenders, and we're going to have active and passive types within each of those kind of classifications. All right. And so first I'm going to focus on the savers. And now savers, both types of savers are observably pretty similar. So on financial observables, they have high income, they have high liquidity, they're sophisticated, they're more likely to work for financial firms, they have high deposits to brokerage accounts. Observably, they're not that different. But their consumption dynamics are somewhat different, especially on the preemptive side. So they both have some kind of low levels of MPCs, relatively low MPCs. So they're kind of the high liquidity group, low MPC group. But if you look at preemptive spending, they're a bit different. Okay, so here's how we separate them. Basically, the active savers, we're going to call them looking similar to the canonical permanent income hypothesis folks, because they basically smooth across the income arrival. They lift their spending in anticipation of income arrival, and they kind of continue that spending afterwards. And if you separately look at the impact of something like salience on their behavior, we find that salience has a big role to play for the active savers, but not if you focus on the cluster of passive savers. So we call those guys basically an inattentive or near rational or rational inattentive group. So they basically don't respond until income arrives, and then they have kind of a small positive response. Okay, so kind of using this preemptive MPC to try to separate fairly financially observably similar folks. All right. The second group are going to be the spenders. So these folks are kind of the opposite in terms of their financial observables: low liquidity, low brokerage deposits, relatively low income. But again, they differ quite dramatically, especially on the preemptive side. And so we're going to basically call the passive spenders mental accountants, and the active spenders more of this present bias group. And one way that we can distinguish them and kind of show that this mapping to models is if you look at liquidity across these clusters, the effect of liquidity on consumption behavior across these different groups, we find that additional liquidity is going to prompt the present bias folks to pull forward spending even more. Whereas even if you are in a period as a mental accountant where you have more liquidity, you are not really going to pull forward spending. You're still going to kind of wait, maybe behaviorally, to have that spending hit your bank account. All right. So what do we think the utility of having these 4 different clusters is? Well, we think there's some implications both for kind of theory and policy. We would say that like Hank models are often kind of line people up along an endogenous liquidity distribution. We would say, well, maybe this single dimension is a little bit incomplete. There are kind of observably distinct consumption dynamics going on across different groups within the same like liquidity bin or liquidity type. And so it's kind of important to understand and maybe to have these persistent behavioral traits play a role along with contemporaneous endogenous liquidity. Okay, and we think that maybe having some assignment of population shares is maybe helpful for some future down the road calibrations. In terms of policy, well, the more that we think consumption dynamics are governed by these persistent behavioral types, the more portable these models are, and maybe the less state dependent some fiscal and monetary policy are going to become. And we would also say that we can detect some positive short-lived anticipatory effects, but they are very small. We kind of hoped to be able to calculate big ones and say something about like counter-cyclical policy and things like that, but it just wasn't the case. So there's like nice usable heterogeneity, but on average, these effects are pretty small, and ignoring them is probably not going to be greatly biasing any like macro estimates. But maybe the persistent behavioral trait side of things helps us better understand some of the like forward guidance puzzle or the sluggishness at which people might respond to an anticipated income shock. There's a big chunk of people that either don't pay attention or are maybe behaviorally kind of held back from spending until that income actually arrives. All right. So overall, I think we show in this paper that there's kind of a small but detectable preemptive MPC. I think it's a useful moment to be able to calculate, and then kind of increasingly we are able to calculate it using some detailed high frequency data that are increasingly available to researchers. We find that there are a number of pieces of suggestive evidence based on the joint distribution of these things that points in the direction of persistent behavioral traits being kind of important. And then we go and try to use that joint distribution to sort people into these kind of persistent buckets that then behave fairly differently to financial conditions, salience, and the like. All right, so thanks so much.
Our discussion is Michael.
Okay, good morning. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for inviting me to discuss this fantastic paper. So one slide summary. This paper tries to get at what does the joint behavior of pre and post-payment MPCs reveal about consumer type. So this co-author team has worked separately, now together, to use this transaction data kind of in isolated events, isolated papers. But now we're bringing all of that together into one paper, really a giant data set, a lot of work to look at all these different episodes under one empirical framework together estimated. So stimulus checks, tax refunds, the child tax credit, and so on. The really cool thing is now you have multiple events per person. So you can look at these MPCs distributionally at the individual level or at a more aggregated level. The paper then does a k-means on the joint distribution, and we have 4 types. Main findings are you have these pre-MPCs that are small but robustly positive, and the post-MPCs are kind of replicated in the literature. They are robustly positive. Really, the key thing and the nice thing is that doing this at the individual level means we can see that there's this positive correlation, which is hard to explain with current models. Then the authors use this k-means clustering to have these 4 types. So you have active and passive, spenders and savers, and then we can roughly map these to these different types of models that we have. So I am now going to take everyone hostage for the next 9 minutes and talk about my favorite topic, macroeconomics. So there's this huge movement in macro right now about MPCs, and more broadly now we have the intertemporal MPCs. This is this wonderful matrix M that I'm going to try to explain in a few slides. And the idea is that each cell of this matrix, we have MTS, is a derivative of consumption at time t for an anticipated income shock at time s. So you have spending at t for a shock arriving at time s. So if you look at this matrix, the time isn't 0 because we're doing macro, so of course we're in time 0. The columns state the date at which the shock arrives, and then the rows are the periods in which you're actually measuring the consumption response. So the first column, that M00, is the impact MPC, which we've been focused on for quite a bit. But now we have this whole column, which is about, well, when we get a shock today and we observe people kind of going forward, how much are they consuming of that shock over time? The other columns are then asking, well, what is that pre-MPC? So the yellow there is the pre-MPC today for a shock that I tell people is going to arrive tomorrow, and then I measure the post-MPCs beyond. You can fill this out for the second column, the third column, and so on and so forth. And we want to understand kind of this paper in the context of this figure is really contributing to a part that we just don't have that much data for. We have a little bit of data on some of it, but we definitely don't have data above that for the above diagonal, and that's really where this paper comes in. So in particular, the impact MPC, it's one number, 25 years of work, John Parker and his colleagues, a lot of very cool stuff. It was the obsession of this like hand-to-mouth literature about how are we getting that right number right there in that one little square, and then how are we matching other parts of the distribution as well, for example, wealth. Now, if we're plotting this on the figure with MPCs in the vertical, time on the horizontal, that's just one point. The literature then moved to understanding, well, what about the decay? How quickly are people spending these shocks over time? And then we want to think about this first column as thinking about, well, how quickly do people spend? Is it very front-loaded? Is it back-loaded? How quickly does it decay to 0? We have some nice papers on that and understanding from lotteries, for example. Are people spending shocks quickly or not? Where this paper contributes is understanding what is the response today to a shock that I know I'm going to get tomorrow, or in 2 periods, or in 3 periods, and so on and so forth. And perhaps one thing that this paper does is it actually sometimes gives us the full column, but for some of these shocks, they're actually very far in the future, and yet we're only understanding what's happening in the 1 week before. So we can actually fill out this matrix even more, and Scott was mentioning that it might be 0, which is perfectly fine. We want to understand, well, if it is 0, then why does that matter? So very large literature on this first kind of thing. The second part is that the standard prediction for these models is that there's this tent shape, is that everyone is permanent income hypothesis. If I tell you you're getting a shock in 5 periods, you're going to start to spend some of it today. You're going to spend a little bit more tomorrow. You're going to ramp up your consumption. You will consume the most in the period that you get the shock, and then you're going to spend out of that shock back down to 0. This is kind of soundly rejected by the data, both in this paper, which I think is the best evidence so far, a few other papers, but in particular, we can really think about, well, how much are we getting in terms of all of these different lines, not just for a shock that we receive tomorrow, but in a month. And some of these, it's like a 6-month announcement. So you can learn a lot about that matrix. So why does this matter? There's this kind of very nice, compelling set of papers by Scott, by Lorenz, by Michael, about, is it about your current circumstances or your types? I'm very strongly in the position, thanks to these authors, that it is really about your types. We do this kind of weird thing in this literature where we regress one endogenous object on another endogenous object, which is a little bit bizarre, right? The applied microeconomists would have our heads. So what we want to think about is what's driving this behavior at a more fundamental level. And out comes from this K-means algorithm, these 4 groups: passive spenders, active spenders, savers, and active savers and passive savers. And you can identify them by the pre-MPC as well as the post-MPC. And it's a very kind of compelling empirical method that gives you results that make sense. So this has kind of been done before in these other papers a little bit, but I think this is a very clean way to think about it. And I want to emphasize the types do really matter. So I'm going to build a very simple model with 2 elements. One of them is the patience, so the discount factor we're familiar with. I'm going to show you that we get these very, very low betas to match the data, and you can think about it as being present bias. And then on the attention side, I'm going to use this mechanism from Mancuris, more recently in this micro jumps, macro humps paper about attention. How much attention are you paying to the macroeconomy? And with just these 2 parameters, I can very quickly match all 4 types. So this is a kind of a crazy model. Let's not take it too seriously. But we can set these different parameters so that we're exactly matching those 4 types in the data, and in the model, we kind of hit it perfectly. Not take it too seriously, but just to show what we can get is that if you have these 4 types, you can exactly hit both the pre-MPC, which is the first dot there on the yellow, as well as the impact MPC, which is the second dot there on the blue, with these 4 types. So you can get this, and then you ask yourself, well, what does that get me? When you bring this together, you aggregate it up to the macro level, and you have this aggregate IMPC curve that looks much better than what we see elsewhere. However, we could also get the exact same curve with one sticky type. It lays almost on top of it, but I do not want to conclude from this, as some may in the macro literature, that the types don't matter. So there's a bit of discussion now about it doesn't really matter what's coming on the micro side. It all aggregates up to the same thing. Doesn't make a difference. I actually think it does make a difference, and having these kind of micro types matters quite a bit for what actually happens with fiscal policy or monetary policy. So people have made this point. Jonathan Parker in 2011, a JEL paper, he really makes this point forcefully about there is no the multiplier in really any space. So there's this quote about we estimate the government multiplier. It's a weighted average of the one we care about and the one we care less about. And if you replace multiplier with M, it's the exact same point. So one sticky agent delivers the M, but is that really what we care about? And I think the answer is no, because the underlying state of the economy dictates what that M actually looks like. So John says microeconomic studies can provide measures of the effects of policy on the states of different agents, which is exactly what this paper is getting at. What are the states of different agents? And then this composition is how you know kind of how M looks at different points in the economy, different points in time, or different points in space. So a quick way to illustrate that is through these 2 examples. One is the MPC from an immediate fiscal transfer. So in the baseline, with an untargeted transfer, whether you have the one sticky agent in gray or the 4 types in blue, essentially by construction, the models agree. But now if we were to switch this and do a targeted fiscal stimulus transfer, because we have these types who have a very active spending, the multiplier is much, much higher. If we only had the one sticky type, then we'd have the M, but it wouldn't be able to tell us what happens if you change the environment and target to these spenders. So it actually is important to understand what is underlying that M matrix. And I think this paper's way of doing it with those 4 types is very intuitive. Furthermore, once we fill out the rest of the matrix, now we can think more carefully about other elements of perhaps behavioral finance or behavioral macro. So now we think about another experiment in which there's this anticipatory spending from the announced fiscal transfer. Again, in the baseline, let's say you announce the policy 4 weeks ahead, both in the one sticky agent or the 4 types, the models are exactly the same. Not exactly because that line wasn't exactly lying on top, but now let's imagine that the monetary authority, the fiscal authority says, we're going to put out a huge ad campaign. We want people to start spending. In the baseline model, this does absolutely nothing. There's only one sticky type of agent. But if you have and you take seriously that there are people who, well, if they pay attention to the news, they're going to spend more, you can more than double the total effect. So it does matter to understand where the MPC matrix comes from. This is a great paper to read. I really enjoyed kind of going through and thinking about what are the macro implications. I'm looking forward to seeing how it progresses. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Michael. I will chat after.
Well, we're gonna put Scott in the Constantine, terminology before you.
I'm afraid of what that means.
Yeah, no. I find it a little bit privileged to call people spenders than find people straight. I also find it a little bit paternalistic to call them present bias when they're out of cash because they have health shocks, right? And so I agree, the agent stuff is super interesting. That was an awesome session. That terminology I find is a little bit offensive and y'all feel you kind of.
I mean, yeah, so I'm happy to name things, other things, but I just in terms of, they have, and it means, not trying to be, it's trying to be just purely descriptive in the sense that like they have, no, the savers versus spenders, they have higher kind of average propensities to consume and things like that, like regardless of where that comes from, it's kind of, I think, an apt description. The present biasness, I agree in the sense that we can call these kind of according to different models. The reason that we call that present bias is, they do pull forward spending. We're not looking at what is driving that shock, but like persistently across multiple events, they are pulling forward spending, in anticipation of.
In your box. Right, you don't see where they're constrained on other dimensions and. Right, I just, that terminology is negative by definition, that's just the way we use the English words is different, even though you're trying to be whatever, but.
Sure, I mean, this is, this is like non-durable expenditures, so it's not about, fair. We can chat later about that, I guess, yeah.
I need to re-invoke the Fed disclaimer,
Sure.
anything I say or any questions I ask are next on. So in your time series, I believe you have an episode where income tax refunds in 1 year were substantially larger than the previous year. And I wonder what insights you might glean from that episode to the one we're going through right now.
So we did not, so one of the things that we look at is kind of the size of the shock. And this is one thing that does vary in kind of the importance across these different clusters. So for instance, the kind of rationally inattentive folks, they are much more responsive to really big shocks than otherwise. Like Lorenz had a paper using the Alaska data that showed that kind of rationalizes that for this group. I don't think we've specifically looked at the variability in tax refunds in particular, but we do have some analysis that is looking at kind of the impact of the size of the shock. And on average, for many of these groups, you get smaller MPCs, like larger levels, but smaller relative responses, except for this cluster of kind of rational and attentive folks that are kind of more responsive to these really big shocks and very unresponsive to small shocks. Yeah.
Are you able to see the composition of spending before and after? So basically, what I'm wondering is that the MPCs for luxuries versus necessities may be quite different in pre and post.
Yeah.
Are you able to see that?
So yeah, so we haven't split it into like luxuries versus necessities. That would be, I think, one thing that we definitely could do based on I mean, we could rerun things based on like kind of grouping by merchant. So we can't see exactly what they buy, but we can do this at a categorical or a merchant level. We have done some stuff on like non-durables versus durables, and we weren't getting anything kind of very dramatic there. But maybe the necessities would be one way to go, and maybe could address some of Adair's questions. Yeah, Neil.
So I think from a research design perspective, it's really important to show null effects prior to the announcement.
Yeah.
Because you are hanging your hat on, like penny on the dollar effects with 1/10 of a penny on the dollar standard errors.
Yeah.
In the anticipatory period, those were tiny standard errors. So I'm worried that you may be picking up some noise with too small standard errors.
Yeah, so I would say two things. One, we do look at announcements, and not all of these have like super clean announcement dates, right? Because there's like congressional legislation evolves and salience differs and things like that. For the ones we do have clean announcement dates, we do see zero pre announcement effects. And then the second thing is I don't think we're hanging our hat on the precise level of pre, because mostly we're interested in the distribution and the variability. And so like some of these groups have essentially no pre, some have relatively sizable pre. But I think the overall like magnitude kind of across the sample population, I'm comfortable saying that it is very small. And if it was zero, I think that's still fine.
If you have very small pre effects and you say you're not focusing on the average, you're focusing on the distribution.
Yeah.
Basically half the distribution is negative. And
Yeah.
then we're out of the space where we can rationalize the models. I don't actually think focusing on the distribution gives you enough.
So we definitely do. So there is a big size, there is a sizable population, a sizable chunk of the distribution where you have kind of negative pre just because of this noise. I mean, it's the same in the post. Like there's, if you look at short-term post, and we kind of go into this in the paper to some great length, and show that in the previous literature, this has often been either kind of ignored or curtailed kind of mechanically. But in any distribution or around these small NPCs, you're going to have a sizable chunk of like estimated individual NPCs that are negative. And I agree that is, it's just a feature of this consumption noise. Yeah, Steve.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I mean, I always start your discussion about the pre-NPCs and also the micros, the lack of discussion about when the information arrives.
Yeah.
About these things, right? I mean, it's very different if you learn a year ahead that something's happening versus a week ahead, right?
Yeah.
And so I think the more you focus on the arrival of the information and what you can learn about the processing of that information.
Yeah, so we do talk about announcement effects more kind of in the paper. I agree, kind of given short shrift in this presentation. Partly because some of these things, it is very ambiguous, like when exactly people know about this stuff. So we try to proxy for that based on like, was this a repeated event that people are familiar with? Is there a greater amount of news around this that might be a proxy for kind of greater awareness? We do some tests for like the pre-announcement effects and post-announcement effects. But in particular, we focus on, that week before arrival, because that's at least something we can kind of more precisely observe than like a more nebulous kind of awareness campaign.
For arrival, if we've known about it for a few months, is what do I learn from that if people are spending?
Well, what we
knew about it a long time ago, but they're spending it a week before it gets there.
Yeah, so
that they just didn't really know. I mean, they should have known maybe, but they don't know.
So I think
there's some other reason.
What we come away with is this is a useful signal to sort people on. It is that behavior is persistent. I agree, it is not the entirety of their potential anticipatory effect. But given that we cannot like precisely measure that, I think it is a useful signal, and it is kind of persistent and is predictive of other sorts of behavior in terms of like responsiveness to liquidity, responsiveness to salience and things like that. So I think it's useful for sorting. I don't think it is the be all end all kind of totality of anticipatory spending. Kyle?
Yeah, so as the representative macroeconomist, request another macro paper. Do you know where these people are distributed across space? I mean, pretty good regional accounts, and waiting to see what the aggregate effects are, and what we're leaving on the table by not better targeting these transfers.
Fair. So that's a good idea. We do have reasonable proxies of their location down to like a zip code and very good at like a state level. We've looked at across the different clusters, they're kind of hit with the same sorts of shocks, but you're right that we have not yet looked at like the geographic distribution of them or if they're, you know, differently populating certain areas. But they are kind of receiving the same sorts of shocks for the most part. Sean, you've had yours.
Super interesting, when in your 2x2, when you're kind of mapping that into these labels, I worry that that's a little bit loose, so similar concern to Adair on the present bias point, which is I think you could get the same thing just from someone who's liquidity constrained, imagine they're paying a bet every period, and now knowing I'm getting income in a week, it allows me to say, okay, I'll kind of pull forward that consumption, hold off on paying back that debt until the big chunk of income comes. And then also on the PIH, I thought that one, your magnitudes of like 3 to 5% seem much higher than you get with PIH. So in Taylor's, one of his mental accounting papers, he gives an example, like I won $300 in a betting pool. I should increase my, by PIH, I should increase my annual consumption by $20. If you turn that into a weekly MPC, that's like 0.001.
Yeah.
And then I guess for PIH, if you think it really is PIH, you could also for that group look at the earlier cells of Michael's matrix. Because then you should see, you didn't see the zeros there, then turning to a positive.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've gone back and forth in this a lot about like how strictly do we want to label these. I mean, I think they are useful for framing, kind of understanding the broad shape of some of these responses. But you're absolutely right that it is hard to rationalize even for like for a PAH person. A 3 or 5% response in a week. So those are still higher than would be predicted. And it's not precisely smooth and so on and so forth.
So we've got 4 minutes. I
Okay.
guess we just take questions.
Absolutely. Yeah. I've been ignoring this side of the room too. Yeah.
There's essentially food and not well, and given that they are 12% of the competition, and they have a very high MPC out of SNAP benefits, right? And that changes quite a lot with the MPC out of other fiscal transfers. So maybe it's also, I'm pretty sure you cannot identify SNAP recipients in your data, but you have location, you have their income, you don't know their household size, but there might be a way in which you might be able to gauge who might be a SNAP recipient and hence what that changes. 3 years is also a long time, and there is a bit of variety in which states stop SNAP this a bit earlier. Maybe you can also use that to your advantage to be able to see whose MPC is changing during that time. It's not a very short period of time.
Yeah. No, that's a good idea. I'll say the stimulus checks are very nice in terms of identifying household composition as well.
Since we're talking about, there was one conversation about targeting, is there a way to quantify how much out of sample variability there is? If you leave some, if you only use flat events, or you can do flat even half event, how much of the variation in the next event can be predicted using these types? Is it very small, large, and not large policy?
Absolutely. Yeah, we can talk about that a bit and we can say more.
With positive income shocks, it's notoriously difficult to separate cash from the biases, but it's much easier to be able to predict. So I don't know if there's any way more because we have for a smaller negative income shocks or positive instead of shocks.
That's something that's
Hard to do, but you can pick up.
You see credit card billing cycles that you get, there's really like new part of this thing in anticipation.
absolutely.
I was just gonna say, one of the things that we kind of all know is true in our models, but isn't talked about so much, is like, the model says you should have an MPC of 25%, then you actually have an MPC of 0 or 100. Like the welfare loss of that is 0 for all intents and purposes. And so on the one hand, that makes identifying types very powerful with MPCs because some tiny heuristic is gonna, of course, show up in your MPC. On the other hand, there's kind of a question about the extent to which those types percolate to, I guess, like more important financial mistakes. You have that data.
Yeah.
So I think it'd be cool to show the extent to which those types also show up in the non-investment stocks, or credit card debt plan.
Yeah, this is one thing we're working on.
And at very high frequency, I would also like to know whether some of these types respond to available balance on the checking account or settle, what settle how fast they catch their chest, at what cost, like, at a very high frequency for people, these things kind of stuff.
And some of the things I was also curious about the announcement effects, but if there are these types of households that are kind of PIH households, and maybe there's something just that detecting them, showing how many there are, they exist, who are they?
I'm curious whether these types are, whether they can do that.
Yeah, so on that, I'll say they are persistent. I mean, I love to have 4 years of data and see like if there's life cycle or it's like learning, things like that. Like how malleable these are, but we don't talk about that too much right now, but I think there's one direction.
Just a really small empirical question, but I wonder, I think with your data, you go to whether there are anticipatory effects on the relation of labor, meaning that like, I know maybe any time so they change how much they work. But I was thinking, presumably you have like the yoga data, like we're just in here, right? So, I mean, this would only be for like hourly earners, wage earners, but you could look at like whether they're earning less, like in the next like 2 pay periods.
Yeah, we've not looked at income kind of as a.
It'd be easy to do, I think that would be cool.
Yeah.
So I think there are close to be some residual uncertainty to some extent. So the government tells you you're going to get the money at a certain time, but there's either things are resolved, we can go straight, anything trying, right?
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah, we think salience definitely has something, but like in the bucket of salience of like how believable do you think this is? How much certainty are you using? Okay, think about it. Good, thank you. We're great. We'll be back in 10. Yeah, no, my God, that's amazing. That's like super. Right.
How do I? Right. Oh,
And should I just put it on the desktop?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It is.
Where? I don't see so then what do you recommend I do?
So we looked at that a bit. I mean, so there's this idea, there's like the arrival date, there's the announcement date.
So is it this one?
It's calculated the area.
Yes.
Between announcement and. And it's basically the idea.
How do I make it full screen?
Scale about this.
Oh.
It's like this, right?
Okay.
And so this is like a things. One is, and I'm talking about.
Okay.
Rival and observation.
Thank you.
Because the extent to which you can't see that precisely, there's just like the signals are made by noise. When you get into zero, basically leading that to there's always like precise predictable signals seems to be in that. So we have them on the tables of like pre-announcement, announcement, but keep that there. Given that we are, I mean, I think it's kind of like what we're using it for mostly, it's like That's what MPCs will do.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here, and thanks to the organizers for putting this paper on the program. I think it's my first time in household finance, so very, very excited to be here. Our paper is now actually several years old, but I think we've collected some very useful data, and we're revamping it right now using AI to collect more data. I'll tell you about that. And so I'm very open to hear what more we can add, what else would be of interest here. And I have to say, I was super excited to see Scott present, and that they're also using clustering methods to organize household types, which was an idea we introduced here. And I think it's incredibly useful, and I'll tell you about that. So this is a joint work with two former Harvard students, Roberto Colarietti and Pier Francesco May, who have now moved on to Goldman Sachs and back to Italy at a seminary to do other work. So there's two goals of this paper. The first goal is the first part of the title, which is how do households react to shocks? And we're going to use newly designed surveys over several ways to better understand households' reactions. Let me say outright, surveys face very justified skepticism, that people don't say what they will do, etc. But they actually provide some really key advantages too. And I think it's very complementary to other data and methods that we can use. In particular, you can make use of hypothetical scenarios with very valuable variation. There were lots of questions in the previous talk of what exactly households know, what they think, etc. Well, this is exactly the type of questions that surveys can answer. And in this case, our application will be recovering IMPCs, intertemporal MPCs, and also IMPDs, intertemporal marginal propensities to deleverage out of income shocks, where you can nicely vary the size of the shock, the timing, the sign. So our reveal preference approach can be very challenging here due to lack of variation and data on all these dimensions. In addition, surveys also allow you to study a lot of heterogeneity that's not always in other data. So of course, you can get econ and financial circumstances, sometimes at a more detailed level than what you can get elsewhere, but also things like past experiences, your perceptions, your expectations, your goals, your constraints. And we'll see that those are actually very predictive. What's also nice is it could be in real time and context specific. I won't have time to show you this here, but IMPCs are not immutable across time, as we know, right? During the stimulus period, for instance, IMPCs were much lower. They've increased again. So this is something that is not a snapshot that should be taken as truth forever, but rather it's something very useful that you can keep going and keep collecting data on this. Of course, it's critical that the surveys are well designed, carefully calibrated, and done on the appropriate samples for the results to be reliable. Let me tell you right away, before we even go further here, I mentioned the word hypothetical. And so you might immediately worry, why should we even trust what people say? Can we even trust what people say they will do? And actually, in this paper, we try to answer this question very concretely. And the answer is yes, in this scenario. And we do this thanks to an exercise that we call cross-validation. So specifically, we're going to try to ask survey questions that are specifically targeted to mirror the exact setting in several empirical papers. So in this table here, you see lots of different papers that have estimated MPCs using different data, using different variation. And so let me give you one very concrete example so you understand what I mean. Take, for instance, the Patterson 2023 paper. So she estimates the MPC out of income loss due to unemployment. And so we're going to ask people exactly the setting that's in her paper. Imagine you lost your job and lost, 30% of your personal labor income because of this. Over the next few months, what will you do in terms of reducing your spending, et cetera, et cetera? And what we see is that the implied MPC that people say, from their survey answers, very well aligns with what she estimated in the data that actually happens. And then there's lots of other settings you can see here using very, very different variation. The one that doesn't work at all is MPCs out of expected tax repayments, tax refunds. And I think this is because it's very hard to make people think that it's a surprise. The refund will be a total surprise. Everything else works very, very well. And I think it's useful to take a step back to say, does this mean that surveys will always be accurate? No, I think it's very important here that we're actually asking people about things that they're used to thinking about, right? Everybody's used to thinking about what will happen if I have $100 more or $200 less, or if I have this unexpected expense. People are very used to making these daily decisions. And so their answers will have really high predictive power. It's not as if I'm asking you, what will happen if you won 10 million in the lottery? I would not trust your answers in that situation because this is so far out of the ordinary that I'm not sure your answers will have that much predictive power. But when it's about situations that we're used to thinking about, I think surveys can actually be very good at prediction. Then the second goal of the paper will be the why part of the title, which is why do households react the way they do? And this is very important because it's really about model selection. Which model explains why households act the way they do? And several models can be totally observationally equivalent, especially given the often limited data we have. For instance, you see people spend, but why do they do this? It can be according to very different mental models. And surveys allow you to ask much more directly about people's motivations and reasons. Why do you choose to do this? Why do you choose to not do this? Why did you just spend? Why did you not spend more? Why did you rather save? Why did you deleverage? So this is basically what we're going to do in the second part of the survey, dive into the detailed reasons why people did something or didn't. And so thanks to this, in addition to having much more detailed adjustment margins, so not just saying, for instance, deleveraging, but instead paying mortgage versus repaying late bills, both ways to deleverage, but very different. Combining this with the how part, with the quantitative estimates of IMPCs and IMPDs, we can also address some puzzles that are out there, which I think are puzzles exactly because we don't understand households' reasons for doing this. And now we can dive into it more directly. So let me tell you very briefly about the survey and the sample. So the sample, think of it as a broad representative sample of people in the labor force, age 25 to 65. They're done using commercial survey companies on a marketplace for respondents. So it has some weaknesses, but it also has many strengths. So the weaknesses is that currently it's being infiltrated by AI agents. Luckily, this was done a little bit before the big wave, I think, of AI improvements. And so, bots were already an issue, but there were many ways to filter out bots. The advantages is that you can get very diverse people. The way these companies reward respondents is through, frequent flyer miles, hotel points, various things that can be attractive to you above and beyond cash. And so it's a great way to think of it as a broadly representative sample. And indeed, in the paper, I'm not going to click on the tables. You can look at targeted characteristics. We impose representativity along broad income groups, age, gender, etc. You can also look at non-targeted characteristics, for instance, people's balance sheets, like their assets, the share that has a residence, the share that has a business, the share that has a mortgage, and debts, and those align actually very well, sort of the median better than the mean, as you might expect, and so you're getting a really good representative chunk of the population. The survey itself is quite complicated, but in very simple terms, roughly, it's going to be first, lots of detailed socioeconomic and decision-making information about households, background, finances, questions about their hurdles, some goals, the usual spending and saving behavior. The big how block, which is how households react, I'll cover it in a second, about the quantitative elicitation of IMPCs and IMPDs, where we can nicely randomize the size of the shock, for instance, either proportional 10% shock of your income or fixed $1,000 shock, the sign, positive or negative, the timing, do you get it now versus several quarters from now? The why part, which is why households react the way they do, in-depth elicitation of margins and reasons. Here we can also randomize positive shock and negative shock. And then at the end, a very detailed assets and liabilities questionnaire, very much tracking also the New York Fed questionnaires to really get the whole balance sheet. Okay. So as I mentioned, the why part is actually quite complicated. There's a lot of detailed questions like, why do you spend more? Why do you not spend even more? Why do you save? Why do you deleverage? And so now we're actually using AI chatbots to improve this part of the survey. The results are very consistent, but it's a much smoother experience for respondents. I can, just show you very briefly where this is headed. So, you will have a, this is for us, of course, chatbot on unexpected payment, a description of, imagine your household today, gets a $1,000 shock. What are you thinking of this as a one-time payment? Because we want to make sure, yes, all good. And then it's going to ask you, what you're going to do with this, and follow up with all the questions about why would you want to do this? Why did you decide against something else? So I'm going to, spend on a fancy restaurant, and anything else you do, it will follow up, and then it will go to all the reasons and questions, etc. So it will be a much smoother experience, but essentially what we do in the survey. But I think it's something that can really improve data collection. So let me tell you about the first part, some results, method and results. So how do we estimate the quantitative IMPCs and IMPDs? Three big challenges. One, we want to make sure that people understand what we mean by spending, saving, deleveraging. Those are not easy concepts, so we have to define this well for them. We want to make sure that people understand we're interested in the marginal changes, right? No inframarginal things they would have done anyway. So we have to make that clear. And then we have to make it computationally easy for them. We don't want people to have to do detailed and complicated computations. So we do it with this matrix format where, people get a size of a shock, again, could be 10% of their income or just a fixed $1,000 shock. And they have to decide how to allocate it between additional spending and additional debt repayments in the various quarters between today and 3 months from now, 4 to 6 months from now, etc. And as they fill this in, the leftover savings will adjust automatically at the bottom. People can change it as many times as they want until they're satisfied with their answers. And so a few key findings here. So here you see the key IMPCs and IMPDs. So lots of things on this slide. The left panel is IMPCs, the right panel is IMPDs, out of either positive or negative shocks. Circles refer to IMPCs out of a proportional 10% shock, and then diamonds refer to the fixed $1,000 shock, which for most people is much smaller. Think of it as the smaller shock. And you can summarize a little bit the dynamics of spending here by reporting either impact MPCs in blue or cumulative over 1 year MPCs in red. And so, for instance, some rough numbers here is The impact MPC over 1 quarter is 0.16, and then over the first year cumulatively, it's 42 cents on spending and 45 cents on deleveraging. So you can benchmark this, but I won't have too much time. Lots of different estimates in the literature, but I think one thing that's really interesting is when you pick things for the US under a similar setting, in line with the cross-validation, it aligns very well with these numbers. And then we don't have much info on IMPDs in general. That's really lacking. And so this is something new and useful to have here. To me, a few key results here is that cumulative MPCs and MPDs are quite different than on impact. They're smaller, MPCs are smaller for larger shocks, as you may expect. There's some asymmetry. Negative shocks have larger MPCs, smaller MPDs. And MPCs are very far from the full adjustment story. You see that MPDs play a really, really big role and are going to be a lot of the story. I won't have time to show you much about the dynamics, but I kept the slides in case we talk about it in the Q&A. You can see what happens over different quarters. And in particular, if people get an announced shock, for instance, the expense will be due in Q2, or the shock will come in Q3, you can follow up what happens. You can see the anticipation effects, and you can see the follow-up effects. So lots of cool things to see here on the dynamics. Something I do want to show you is how MPCs and MPDs vary by quintiles of liquid wealth. And what's interesting is MPCs barely vary, and most of the story is on IMPDs, which will be very consistent with also the reasons households give for spending or saving or deleveraging. And I do want to drill down a little bit into this issue of liquidity. It was also mentioned in the previous paper. So liquidity is just a snapshot, right? It can occur for various reasons. You can be generally an impatient, low self-control person, and that's why you're low liquidity to begin with. You could have just had a series of bad shocks, etc. And so if you split the low liquid households into those who are impatient or have low self-control, again, thanks to survey questions, you can get at those characteristics, or those who have had a negative past experience, those who are generally low income without a current negative past experience, or those who have both, everything is going wrong, what you can see is that impatient households tend to have much higher MPCs and lower MPDs than those who just had a recent negative experience, so who are not necessarily always low liquidity. And that might be why they have low liquidity to begin with. And so you can see that the reasons for why you're currently low liquidity will clearly affect how you react and who you are. And this is something that surveys can get to us that other data can't really. You can more generally look at the correlation between IMPCs and IMPDs and lots of different variables. And here I've actually put unusual variables. So forget about stuff like, just liquidity or income. I haven't even put them on the graph, even though we control for them, but rather more unusual things like the preferences, low self-control, risk aversion, being patient, the concerns you have about unemployment, about health, about retirement, the constraints you have. Do you have high income risk? Do you have high planned investments, etc.? And you see that the IMPDs have the biggest heterogeneity, and the variables that most explain it are things like concerns, preferences, constraints, above and beyond just your key socioeconomic characteristics. Okay, so let me turn to the second part on model selection here on why households act the way they do. I already showed you a little bit the chatbot, but in the survey, we do this the old-fashioned way with very detailed survey questions. So for instance, we start by asking much more detailed adjustment margins. Instead of just saving or deleveraging, we would ask, put money into your emergency fund, repay late bills, put more money towards your long-term saving goals. So already much more detailed margins of adjustment than just those broad buckets. And then we ask about the detailed reasons for doing something, not doing more of something. And as again, so glad the previous paper also does this. We introduced this basically idea to cluster, very much done in other fields, to just use clustering methods, a latent class analysis, in order to use all this information, the detailed margins of adjustment, the reasons, to get at household types. And you'll see that MPCs, MPDs are just not enough to separate between households. You really need to dive into the reasons and the expressed goals, concerns, preferences that households have in order to really distinguish those types. So in the interest of time, I will just show you that table. that summarizes the 4 household types that we actually get out of here. So based on all your responses, deleveraging, saving, spending, there's 4 key types that appear. And I'm going to describe them. They don't really align perfectly with any model that we have, which is something you might expect. The real world is much more complicated and less smooth. But they resemble some models that we have. So the first type is the very strongly constrained. So after a positive shock, these people will try hard to deleverage. Okay, as you saw in the NPCs, they don't vary that much. It's not that they will just, cut spending. They're already at the limit, but they will try so hard to deleverage when they get a positive shock. After a negative shock, they're going to have to cut some spending, even though they can't do too much of it, and they're going to have to borrow. Okay, so they're going to appear like very high NPDs in every scenario. The reasons for this is that they already are very highly leveraged. They have too many debts. They have future concerns. They cannot borrow more. I put some characteristics, but don't take these by any means as very predictive. In the paper, we show that there's mixed, households will appear under these types with very different characteristics. So, there's a figure to show you this, that they're not by any means, exclusive across different socioeconomic characteristics. But this is just a bit suggestive. Then come the precautionary people. Those are people who are just generally very worried. When something good happens to them, they're going to save it. After a negative shock, well, they're not going to after a negative shock, they're going to dip into their savings, which they have because of that. They're never going to borrow. They're also going to cut consumption a little bit extra. They're generally very concerned about the future. They have strong long-term goals. They want to have a buffer. Then come the quasi-smoothers. I'm not calling them smoothers because they're not like our smoothing model. When they have a positive shock, they have higher MPCs than our model would suggest. They like to treat themselves. They like to splurge a little. They also tend to be term liquidity constrained, which means they're saving for their kids' college or their retirement. And so de facto, their money is going towards something long-term. And when they have extra cash, they're happy to be able to have a little windfall. After negative shock, they have sufficiently much to dip into their savings, though, so they can certainly smooth out the downside. They generally tend to be a little bit older, high assets, etc. And then the spenders, these are people who, after a positive shock, tend to spend more. And after a negative shock, they will mix all margins. They'll cut a little bit of spending, try to borrow a little bit. These people are the most behavioral, if I may say, in the sense that the reasons they give is they just want to minimize cognitive burden. They like to splurge. They have a relatively easy time putting stuff on credit cards. They're not too worried. They're just, want to minimize the burden and the load. I don't know if that's correlated with having children. I don't know if that's the reason. It's very correlated with having children. So maybe that mental load makes it, anything else is too much to think about. I see some people nodding. So those are the spenders, minimize my cognitive burden. And so in the just last minute I have left, I'll just allude to 4 puzzles that, are out there and that these types can actually explain much better. So, there's this puzzle of why do constrained households have lower MPCs sometimes than richer, wealthier, unconstrained ones. And here, it's very clear. They focus on deleveraging, which takes many forms, repaying credit card debts, paying late bills. And it's because they're already so leveraged and they're so worried about their credit score and their future. Why do already high liquid wealth households exhibit relatively high MPCs? Well, those are our quasi-smoothers. They spend on some leisure, more luxurious items. They like to splurge a little bit or are saving for future expenses, so they're term liquidity constrained. Why do some households respond asymmetrically to positive versus negative shock? Well, you see that many household types here are asymmetric. There's the asymmetric type 1s, which will spend if you get something positive, but will not cut after something negative. So those are, for instance, our quasi-smoothers. They'll do a little bit when things are good, but they can always buffer the downside. And the asymmetric type 2 will not increase spending after a positive shock, but they will certainly cut it after a negative one. That's our precautionary, worried, concerned households. And so you see that they do it for very different reasons. The asymmetry arises for very different underlying mental models for these households. And then finally, there's another thing out there, which is the co-holding puzzle, which is, we see it also here. There's a lot of households who have credit card debt that's, in revolve outstanding balances and actually have sufficiently liquid assets to repay that. And you can ask more directly why people do this. And it turns out, People just like to keep cash for unexpected expenses. They do worry about being able to borrow again. It's just a timing issue. They actually already plan to repay it, but you're just catching them at a bad time. You're just having a snapshot of what's currently, but by the end of the month, this will be repaid. Or because they manage household accounts very separately between different people in the household. And so just to conclude, I think the key message to me here is that households will do the same thing, as in observably same thing, spending, saving, etc., for very different reasons. There's very different mental underlying models that households use to decide, and they coexist out there. Observational data just on adjustments in spending, saving, deleveraging can only give us very limited info about the models households use. The key information you need is underlying reasons for choosing specific things or not. So you can go more directly. You can just ask people, to say it simply. And here we see 4 main types, but it would be very interesting to see how this changes over time, and lots more to do. Essentially, what would you ask if you could ask people directly? So thank you so much. Looking forward to your comments.
And thank you for joining us. I know you don't normally hang out with economists that much.
I never see economists. But yeah, so all of my perceptions of economists and what they believe have come from being at Booth for the last 13 years. So you can blame my colleagues for anything that I say that is wrong or right, actually. So I'm really excited to be here. I'm very excited about this paper and more generally about the increased use of surveys within household finance research. So I'm coming from a psych background, and in general, most of my research focuses on understanding how people make decisions about their money. So very closely related topics. Okay, so in this paper, this is a very ambitious paper that's trying to do a lot of different things using surveys. And so what I view as the core contribution of the paper is really trying to take this whole balance sheet approach, trying to understand how an income shock jointly influences multiple aspects of people's financial lives, and really understanding the underlying reasons and motivations that drive these decisions. Okay, so in the paper, the authors outline really 3 separate, distinct, ambitious goals. The first one is to estimate this household level IMPC and IMBD in sort of several different ways. The second is to explain why households react the ways that they do. And the third is to introduce this idea of cross-validation to, I think, really help convince a skeptical audience that you can get meaningful responses from hypothetical surveys. Okay, so I want to start with the middle piece of this, which I think is perhaps the strongest piece of the paper, and also the place where surveys can really shine the most. This sort of introduction of asking people why households are doing what they're doing gives you information that you just can't get from administrative data. It's pretty much impossible to verify from sort of looking at what people are doing. And so one of the things that she finds is, for example, why similar households might respond differently to an income shock. You might have low liquidity following a recent negative shock, or low liquidity that's associated with impatience or self-control. Observationally different households might respond similarly. So you might borrow because you don't have accessible savings. You also might borrow because you have savings that is in theory accessible, but you don't want to tap into it because of some stated goal or sort of other longer term sort of object in your mind. And alternatively, maybe you actually are using the credit temporarily with the goal of repaying. Okay. I think this is a great use of survey data. I think you could bolster it even further. I'm super excited about this AI chatbot version of interacting and seeing how the responses change. I think that it's a really exciting direction to go in. I think you could also think a little bit more about identifying a causal relationship between the motives that people are stating. So rather than looking at the coexistence, thinking about how people might actually change their responses as a function of understanding what their motives are. So if somebody is concerned about not having credit in the future, is there some kind of insurance product or some kind of informational intervention that might help sort of assuage that particular concern and lead to different patterns? I also love these clusters and think that the paper could also be strengthened by providing additional validation of the clusters out of sample, for example. Okay, I want to move then to the second goal, which is around really eliciting these IMPC and IMPD estimates on this quarterly basis. Okay, so I'm going to start with a skeptic's lens on this idea of using survey elicitation. I use surveys primarily in my research, so I'm taking this as a devil's advocate kind of view. So there's a recent paper that came to my attention, which is looking not just in theory about eliciting anything, any sort of belief, but specifically around eliciting the marginal propensities to consume in surveys. I don't know if any of the authors are in the room, but anyway, I would love to speak to you if you are. So what this paper, one of the headline findings is basically, without going into detail about the different elicitation methods, that as a function of the elicitation method, the stated MPC can vary dramatically. Okay, and so I think that this brings us to a bigger sort of broader question about what is a survey doing? Okay, what happens when somebody's taking a study? First, people generally answer to their best of their ability, even without the presence of incentives. People are going to try to be helpful, and if they know the answer, they'll typically tell you. So if you say to somebody, did you go to the supermarket yesterday? Whether it's in a survey or any other form, people will probably say yes or no. They will probably be right. It doesn't matter if you give them an open-ended question, choice of multiple responses, whatever it is. It doesn't matter. People will tell you the right answer. Okay. People don't always know the right answer, and they don't always totally understand the question. So let's say that you're bald and somebody asks you about your willingness to pay for a hairdryer. Most people will not say $0, even though they have no use for this hairdryer. And the reason is because people are trying to be helpful. So they're saying, like, why is this person asking me this? Well, probably they want me to give some sort of idea of what what somebody would pay for a hairdryer. And so they're going to make their best guess. Okay. People are inferring meaning from the question, and actually this desire to be helpful can be counterproductive. And so one of the ways that we try to infer for meaning is that when we don't totally know the answer, when we don't know that we went to this, whether or not we went to the supermarket yesterday or not, the question format can materially shift listed value. So if instead what we hear is, what the question is how many times did you go to the supermarket over the last year? That's when we're going to start to guesstimate. Maybe I went 52 times because I go approximately once a week, but sometimes I go more. And if the scale is from 0 to 100, I'll probably answer differently than if the scale is from 0 to 1,000, right? Because I just don't know the exact number. So I'm going to have to look to the survey to try to give me these kinds of cues to help me answer it, okay? And this is where you can see these sorts of level shifts in response to the way that the survey comes. So if somebody says, I went to the supermarket 3 times last year versus 50 times last year, you can probably assume that the former person went less than the latter, but you don't necessarily know that the 3 and the 50 are exact, okay? And so this survey is designed really carefully in terms of thinking about sort of what are the stated challenges, making sure that people are understanding key terms. They even have this really nice interactive design where the savings sort of is the residual. So once you type in numbers, the savings value sort of decreases in response to that. So thinking about the way that people are answering surveys, this question is great because it's been very thoughtful in terms of making sure people understand sort of what the question is asking, and it can gather a lot of information. At the same time, there are some things that I might be a little bit cautious about. So one is that the fact that people are asking, that you're being asked sort of both about spending and about debt repayments might make people more likely to respond, both that they will be spending some of the money and repaying some of the debt, even in cases where that might not naturally come to mind or that might not be their true behavior. People might want to say that they're going to spend less than they actually would. So in terms of bias, you could imagine that kind of directional bias. And it's probably going to be pretty hard to estimate how much I would spend, let's say, between 4 and 6 months versus 7 to 9 months. That's just probably a pretty hard question for people to imagine in a concrete way, okay? And so I think that there's a lot to be learned from this question, but there's also a lot of complexity in the way that it's being asked. Okay, so I think we can still learn a lot from surveys. What can we learn? So a large literature on survey methodology tells us that we most of the time can get relative orderings pretty well and pretty effectively. And so what this means is that in the context of this paper, thinking about the relationships across constructs, both in terms of variation across conditions, is it a positive shock or a negative shock? How are people reacting, let's say, across different periods, sort of in the short term versus long term? I might bucket it in sort of larger buckets. Thinking about these relative orderings, let's say, as a function of the core characteristics, I think gets at the heart of the contribution of the paper and remains incredibly valuable. I think if you are somebody who really cares about the point estimate, that's probably not something that I would focus too much on as a takeaway of the paper. Okay. There's really nice extensions, and I think a lot of the work in this paper is focused on this question of realizing that there's a skeptical audience around these surveys and making sure that the value of these surveys is communicated. So I think that the strength of the paper is in benchmarking the MPC estimates. So people aren't saying, like, I'm not going to spend anything, right? There's a version of the world where people might say that. So the MPC estimates are largely in line with what we would expect. Cross-validation is sort of, there's this cross-validation that's through new survey questions. And so what I would love to see is the sort of core survey questions, thinking about ways to validate those to a larger degree, rather than thinking about other questions, which suggests that people can, in theory, answer survey-based questions, but doesn't necessarily add as much to the sort of current validation from the paper. And in some cases, the comparison it's not obvious, for example, whether you should expect the hand-to-mouth proportion from one population at one point in time to match the hand-to-mouth sort of proportion from a separate population at a separate time. Okay, in some other papers, people try to think about validating the survey responses both by thinking about parallels to observed behavior. In this case, people are generally trying to think about it as correspondence rather than an exact match, or thinking about having people answer surveys and then have some kind of financially incentivized decision that relates to it, for example, in the inflation literature. Okay, and so I think in terms of this paper, I think it would be helpful to clarify the goals, the goals and the contribution relative to prior work, and to focus on extending the core survey instrument. And I am out of time, so I will stop there. And I think it could also be useful in terms of the cross-validation exercise to think about sort of what is the expectation, what would be a validation exercise that would be considered close enough versus would be sort of considered, like, is there a range that would be considered no longer acceptable? Okay, so just to wrap up, the paper reveals the sort of motives, goals, and decision processes that that households go through when they're thinking about making these sorts of decisions. And there's a huge strength that only surveys can access is the mental state of people as they're making these decisions. When you're thinking about creating the survey, it's really important to design the survey around human cognitions and limitations. These are things that clearly a lot of thought went into the surveys and making sure that this is the case. You could go even further to simplify the elicitation and to calibrate the claim. So rather than actually focusing as much on mapping the sort of the concrete cross-validation, you could instead think about softening sort of the reliance on the precise estimates. And thinking about, right, emphasizing the robust rankings and differences across conditions. So thinking about the validity of sort of the plausibility of the core survey instrument in the subsequent rankings and comparisons. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the really thoughtful discussion. That was really wonderful. I'll give some very brief answers. So you mentioned eliciting free responses, and I think that's exactly right with AI chatbots. This is one of the key advantages is you can let people speak in their own words, and it's a key advantage relative to giving them closed-ended options, even though there could be many options. I think it's so I saw that paper too by Tom Crossley, Hamish Lowe, and co-authors. And my reaction to that paper was, why would you expect totally different questions to lead to the same answers? What asking, and this is, I loved Abigail's answer. You know, when you ask people in totally different ways, even though you're trying to get at the same thing, it would be very strange if people answered in the exact same way. And so to me, that very much says the way you ask the question, the way you design the question has to be really carefully thought out to not nudge people one way or the other, bias them. And it depends what is most appropriate for the setting that you're trying. And of course, we tried our best. You know, to the point of whether we're nudging them to think about MPDs, maybe, but the empirical patterns really align very well. For instance, it's people who have high debts who will mention deleveraging more, while the people who have high assets just are very close to zero on the MPDs they report. They put everything towards spending or towards savings. So it does align pretty well with what you would expect. And there was a really excellent paper by Gizem Kossar and co-authors from the New York Fed who showed that deleveraging is sort of a less appreciated but really key margin for especially low income or constrained households, which very much aligns with what we see here. And you know, by the way, the observational data, if you look at all these studies where you can look at MPCs, MPDs, there's very little evidence on MPCs, especially at different horizons, et cetera. But the estimates are all over the place as well, right? There's such a wide variation in also observational settings. Okay, perfect. Okay, yeah, let's move to okay, but thank you so much for the great discussion. Oh, okay. Sasha?
I really love seeing the AI interviewer tool. First of all, that seems like it's going to be extremely useful. And I'm curious if you have any information on people's, like, you ask them how their behavior might be different depending on how their state changes. Like if they had more debt and savings, because it seems like it would be, if we were alluding to this, valuable to know how persistent these types are. Like, is this like a deep characteristic of people versus very context dependent, state dependent? That's really important for our models of consumer behavior. So do you have any data points that maybe speak to that kind of state?
Yes. It's a great question, and we didn't do it, and I think it's because of this concern that the more you extrapolate from your current situation, the further out you go, the less probably reliable the answers are. So this is why we are a little bit worried about this, but of course, it would be super interesting to know.
Comment more on the choice to bundle all the spenders into one category, in particular the patient types, you say, and then the cognitively constrained ones. I think a little here of like recent line of work by Pedro Bardalo, which like co-authors, is pointing out basically that context matters a lot for decision making. Something that you might have interpreted as impatience, really just you're so busy you can't think about the patient.
Yes.
Does your evidence potentially tease apart those two?
Yeah, so you know the clustering method is in a sense truly data driven. So it will pick responses that are similar. It will pick households who respond similarly. So the ones who tend to score impatient will tend to also score like low wish for cognitive burden and give answers like, I don't want to think about it. I just want to minimize the hassle in this. So it's an empirical statement. It's not that I'm saying we should treat impatient households the same as low self-control or those who want to minimize cognitive burden. It just goes together. And that's why, you know, in a sense, the cluster is identified as a significant one. Then it's a very good question, you know, why not 10 clusters? Why not 2? Again, it's not an exact science. You know, there's some measures of when you should stop, basically when clusters stop being informative versus when they're too coarse. And that's what we're doing here. So like 4 comes out as the number that, you know, defines enough variation in the data without introducing too much noise. But in a sense, all this is like an empirically driven statement. Yeah. Yeah.
In most models, changes, most of our standard models are small changes. The positive and negative response is the same. And yet you're finding very different.
Yeah.
Just, you know, to me, it points maybe something about like a splurge kind of motivation, but I'm just wondering.
Yeah.
what you learned.
So two things. One is that one of the shocks is 10% of your income. So it's not, wouldn't say it's small. And that was the goal. It was to see if when it's a bigger decision at stake, it's different. And since I couldn't present all the results all the time, we sort of have two versions, one in the main paper, one in the appendix. And you can see for the small shock, everything is just more compressed. Like, people just don't care as much. It's much less variation in MPCs, MPDs. So that aligns with what you're saying. But then the reasons that come out is, very related to these household types. The quasi-smoothers, for instance, are going to spend because, yes, they want to splurge a little, and because they're term liquidity constrained, and it's nice to have that cash when you're saving for your kids' college or for retirement. They don't look liquidity constrained, but de facto they are, because everything's already bucketed. So those are some key reasons that come out for spending. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Great. Yeah. Right. Absolutely. I think it's a great idea. And there's some recent work, methodological survey work on basically using response time, which is very useful. It's not just all linear, it's not a monotone relation, but it could be very informative. And survey time, is some of the metadata you have here. You can see how people scroll, how quickly they click, how quickly they change pages. So I think it's a great idea. Oh, sorry.
I'd love to hear a bit more about the kind of choice of separating out MPDs from saving.
Mhm.
In our models, there's kind of a sense in which it's just different ways.
I agree.
Now, it seems like the households are treating.
Yeah.
As.
Yeah. I think two reasons. One is that it is in, macro models, and it is important, I think, because it is there's a stock of debt, and while for us, I completely agree, it's just a negative saving. It is something that is much clearer to households when you phrase it this way. It's just so difficult to think about negative savings or the savings. So I think this helps the survey questions a lot. Yeah, sorry.
Your mind, you connect your present state of mind, the future state of mind, there might be patience, might be afraid of that. So like, how do you connect the state of mind at the time of filing survey, even if you measure response time and all that, and how you think about trying to connect that to how reliably I can predict how busy a parent I'm gonna be when I get a check, how busy, like, how much kids are going to be, like, how do you think about that?
No, great question. The question is essentially, is this just an in the moment thing that will be different the next week, or is it a more permanent thing? So all these characteristics like risk aversion, impatience, they're based on a battery of psychology questions. They're supposed to measure a more permanent thing. There's some other survey questions here to measure more temporary things, like did you just have some negative shocks right now recently? So there's a mix of these variables here, and they all have some predictive power. But I think the more permanent things have quite a predictive power. So my impression is these are not types that are going to be different next week. Will they be different in 10 years? Totally open question. You can imagine people's circumstances when they deeply change will also change their mental model. Scott?
I guess related to Peter's question about kind of the NPD, does it depend on kind of how, like I can see people interpreting that different in a survey. Is it, you seem to construct it as like this net debt repayments.
Yeah.
But if I take that, if I get $1,000 and I go and buy a bunch of stuff with my credit card and then repay that debt, I kind of both spent it and generated and then repaid it. Versus if I just spent it like in cash, like does that prompt different responses, or is this truly are they responding in like a net debt repayment or a gross debt repayment? Or, I guess.
Yeah, so I think this is why it's very helpful to have the initial buckets, where you ask people about the broad buckets, but then you actually dive into concretely what they're going to do. So there you can see things like, I'm going to, repay some of my credit card debts versus I'm going to actually put this expense on my credit card. So there you can get much more information. But I think the broad buckets actually work pretty well because people are in the moment thinking about, okay, reducing my credit card debt, and we're asking them about the inframarginal. So this is, I think, key. We're trying to ask them really about what would you not have done without this extra transfer. So, anything they would have already repaid should not be counted. Yeah, I think we're out of time, but yeah, thank you so much.
Great. Thank you both to Stephanie and Abigail for joining us at Household Finance. Hopefully we'll get you back in the future. Hopefully it's been a good experience and we'll get you back. Okay, so we have a slightly longer break now until 11:15. Let's make sure to be really promptly back here by 11:15 so we can start on time. But you have time for a little bit longer break. Adair suggested a short walk outside for those who want. Anyway, we'll see you back here at 11:15.
See the family that needs based on kind of female contribution is what they want. And also female contribution in the space, because if wife decides what to plan, no, like. NBC can take. That's what I have. in mind. And I think it's time that I mentioned that it's quite very interesting.
Okay, next up is our third of three consumption of NPC papers. This one by Justin Katz, one of the few solo authored papers we see, so that's good. And John.
Great, thanks. So thanks to Steve Adair and Ray for putting me on the program. I'm very excited to present this paper, which compares two fiscal policies during recession. So in downturns, governments often try to provide households with relief using a combination of debt modifications and direct cash payments. So the impact of these policies often depends on whether they relax household liquidity constraints. So debt relief in the form of payment pauses tend to impact behavior more than policies that don't impact liquidity like debt write-downs. And stimulus checks tend to increase consumption by more for low liquidity households. Now, the importance of liquidity implies that forbearance policies allowing borrowers to defer monthly payments might increase aggregate demand during downturns at a lower fiscal cost, intuitively because delivering liquidity with a loan is less expensive than with a wealth transfer. But this implicitly assumes that households treat liquidity from different transfers as fungible, in the sense that the response to the liquidity doesn't depend on its source. So in this paper, I'm going to directly evaluate this argument by comparing two policies in the 2020 CARES Act. So the first is student loan forbearance, which was an opt-out monthly payment pause with no required catch-up payments that set interest on outstanding debt to 0%. And the second was stimulus check payments to most households. Now, I find that households don't treat liquidity from these transfers as fungible, which reduces the consumption impact of forbearance and increases its fiscal cost. So to study these policies, I build a transaction-level data set that links student loan repayment, stimulus check receipt, and spending. In the transactions data, I document a strong liquidity flypaper effect, where borrowers use liquidity from forbearance, but not stimulus checks, to repay their student loans in forbearance. This generates costly debt repayment mistakes, where borrowers fail to use their forbearance liquidity to pay down interest-bearing debt. And this also reduces the spending impact of forbearance, with a marginal propensity to spend out of forbearance liquidity that's at most 30% of the stimulus check MPX. Now, I survey borrowers to understand mechanisms and rationalize my findings with a simple model of mental accounting. And then I study the implications of this flypaper effect for fiscal policy, where I find that the flypaper effect reduces the aggregate demand impact of forbearance, both in total and per dollar of fiscal cost. And just to put some numbers on this, to make up for the decrease in consumption due to the flypaper effect, stimulus checks would have to be 18% larger at a 12% increase in total fiscal costs. And so this is quite quantitatively important. So I'm just going to jump into the policy context. The reason to study student loan forbearance is because student debt is the second largest consumer debt category, with $1.6 trillion in outstanding balances at the end of 2019. Now, the market's dominated by the federal government, so over 80% of student debt is federally owned. My policy variation comes from two provisions of the CARES Act. So the first was student loan forbearance, which automatically placed all federally owned student loans into administrative forbearance. So this meant that monthly payments weren't required on student loans during the period, and loan terms were also extended so that borrowers didn't have to make catch-up contributions. The interest rate on outstanding balances was set to 0%, and all accounts were reported as paid on time to credit bureaus. Now, this was originally supposed to expire in October 2020, but as we know, was extended multiple times before ending in 2023. I also used variation from economic impact payments. These were stimulus checks paid to many US households over several weeks starting at the beginning of April in 2020. Now, in the paper, I derived some intuitive predictions from a consumption saving model where borrowers respect the fungibility of financial resources to understand how borrowers might react to these policies. So if the best marginal use of liquidity is saving, then borrowers should prioritize saving the highest yielding option, regardless of where they get their liquidity. Now, this first means that borrowers should stop making student loan payments on their loans in forbearance. Intuitively, forbearance is essentially structured as a 0% interest loan with a term length that's equal to however long people have left on their loan. So that's very valuable. People should take this up. That also means the implied liquidity from forbearance is the foregone monthly loan payment people would have otherwise made absent forbearance. Now, the second prediction is that borrowers should use their forbearance liquidity to prioritize repaying any interest-bearing debt. And importantly, if we observe any borrowers who continue making student loan payments, that means they view this 0% loan as their best marginal use of savings, and so they should also use their stimulus checks to repay the same debt. Now, when it comes to spending, to a first order, I find that the marginal propensity to spend out of forbearance liquidity should be fairly similar to the marginal propensity to spend out of stimulus checks. And the intuition for this is because both forbearance and stimulus checks relax liquidity constraints, but they might differ in their impacts on net worth. That means that the first order difference in MPXs should be bounded by the MPXI, the net worth difference, which empirically is very, very small. And so in the data, we should see these things to be roughly similar. So to test these predictions, I'm going to use transaction level data. This is just the same data set that Scott used. So if you don't trust its representativeness, you can talk to Scott. My contract expired in 2021, so it ends in 2021. To identify student loans in this sample, I use payments made to known student loan servicers. And I can use the identity of the servicer to determine whether or not a particular loan was eligible for forbearance. So how this works is, remember, all federally owned student debt was subject to the forbearance policy, and the federal government contracts with a limited set of student loan servicers to service federally owned debt. Now, some of these servicers are monolines that are explicitly set up with the exclusive purpose of servicing federally owned debt. So for example, if I see a payment to Fed Loan Servicing, the only thing they do is service federally owned debt. I know this is a loan subject for forbearance. So using this methodology, I identify about 300,000 borrowers with average monthly payments of roughly $340 a month. So let's begin by testing the first prediction. So do borrowers stop repayments on their student loans in forbearance? The answer is no. So this is showing average weekly payments on federally owned student debt. You see a sharp drop in payments at the start of forbearance, but of course payments don't go all the way to zero. Now, to convert this into a marginal propensity to spend, or what Stephanie would call a marginal propensity to repay debt, I'm just going to predict the counterfactual payments absent forbearance using the pre-forbearance repayment trends, and then divide that predicted value by what I actually observe to find that households are using about 44% of their forbearance liquidity to repay their loans in forbearance. And this isn't just because people with low payments are continuing to make payments. Even in the top loan payment quartile, where payments are over $370 a month, you still see people spending over 40% of their liquidity on debt repayment. Now, it might just be the case that people think this is the best way that they can use this increase in liquidity. For example, maybe they want to repay student loans to improve their credit score. Now, if that's the case, then they should also use their stimulus checks to repay their loans in forbearance. So I can directly test this. I'm going to look at federal student loan repayments before and after stimulus check arrives, where I'm just going to use the staggered timing of stimulus check receipt to trace out income by calendar time effects. And in particular, I'm going to adapt the specification from one of Scott and Constantine's papers, where I regress on the left-hand side federal student loan repayments on time since stimulus check arrival times the stimulus check amount. So the interpretation of the coefficient is just a daily marginal propensity to repay your student loan out of your stimulus check. Now, the specification has income decile by calendar time effects, so the identifying assumption is that the timing of stimulus checks receipt is uncorrelated with any income-specific time trends. So here are the results. You actually see a sharp increase in student loan repayments when stimulus checks arrive. But if you look at these magnitudes, they're really, really small. So if you integrate over the 4 weeks after stimulus checks arrive, I find that borrowers are only using about 1% of their stimulus checks to repay their federal student loans. Now, that's of course much less than how they're using their liquidity from forbearance. And this shows kind of a strong liquidity flypaper effect. So when liquidity is delivered via student loan forbearance, it sticks to student loan repayment. When it's delivered with stimulus checks, people use the money elsewhere. Now, these patterns seem like they could be consistent with borrower inattention or people's sensitivity to default effects, but it looks like this prepayment is actually an active choice. So the first piece of evidence is just based on the institutional details of the program. So forbearance was opt-out and automatic. Servicers were required to actually automatically shut off any autopay that borrowers had set up. So basically, if you didn't do anything, then you would stop paying your student loan. So any default effects would bias me towards finding less repayment. There's also a lot of notification of this policy, like if you went to repay your student loans online, you would have been plastered by all of these messages about the forbearance program. You can also see evidence of this in the transaction data directly. So after forbearance, you see that people are making loan payments of different amounts in April relative to either January or February. This is consistent with a manual choice. And you also see an increase in payments that bunch at round numbers, again, making it look like people are actually sitting down, deciding how much to repay, and then deciding to continue making payments. But you still might think that people only continue making payments because the cost of doing so isn't actually that high. But I find that the flypaper effect actually generates fairly costly debt repayment mistakes. So you see significant student loan repayments even for people who have interest-bearing credit card debt. So if I condition on people who are revolving credit card debt with average balances of at least $2,900, these people are also using 40% of liquidity from forbearance to continue their student loan repayment. And this is actually quite costly. So at the top quintile of credit card borrowers, the increase in annual interest from April and May student loan overpayments is about $160 a year. Now, if you continue making those April and May overpayments over the course of a year, that can quickly become an extra $1,000 a year, so quite significant. Now, interestingly, these same borrowers look like they actually use their stimulus checks to repay credit card debt. So if I look at people with interest-bearing credit card debt who use all of their forbearance liquidity to repay their student loans, those borrowers are using about 7% of their stimulus checks to repay their credit cards. And so it seems like this behavior actually is driven by something like a flypaper effect as opposed to people just not knowing that you should use marginal liquidity to pay down interest-bearing debt. Now, the evidence so far implies that people are saving differently out of these two transfers. Are they also consuming differently out of the transfers as well? So to estimate the consumption effect of stimulus checks, I'll just use the same design as before, but replace loan repayment with spending. And to estimate the spending impacts of forbearance, I'm going to use a difference in difference design, which exploits the fact that borrowers who initially took out their loans at slightly different times are going to end up finishing loan repayment at different times as well, for reasons that are unrelated to the onset of forbearance. So my control group is going to be people who happen to finish repaying their student loans just before forbearance started, in which case they don't get liquidity from the program. My treatment group will be people who are on similar pre-forbearance repayment trajectories, but who haven't finished repaying. So I'll just regress spending on the left-hand side with event time indicators relative to the start of forbearance on the right-hand side. I'm going to control for income decile and payment decile by calendar time effects. So the identifying assumption is parallel trends in the post-forbearance period, conditional on these fixed effects. In the paper, I also show very similar results using heterogeneity and how much people rely on federally owned versus private student loans, which gives you a sense of robustness of these findings. So here I'm just visualizing the treatment variation. I'm splitting households by their loan repayment quartile and showing monthly payments on federally owned student loans for both the control group who finishes repaying their debt before forbearance starts and the treatment group who doesn't. So I'm just going to compare spending before and after the start of forbearance for these two groups and correlate that change in spending with however large the amount of liquidity that they got from forbearance was. So here are the implied marginal propensities to spend, both for total spending and for non-durable spending. You can see that there's not much of an effect once forbearance begins. Although just to note, my 95% confidence intervals don't rule out MPXs of around 4% for total spending, 3% for non-durable spending. But the bigger story is if you look at these same borrowers, their marginal propensity to spend out of stimulus checks is much, much higher. So 17% for total spending and 9% for non-durable spending, which is very similar to what Scott got in the same data. So that's comforting. So why is spending out of forbearance liquidity so low? I can decompose the response into two potential frictions. So the first possibility is that borrowers are just using a lot of their forbearance liquidity to pay down their federal student debt, which leaves less money left over to increase consumption. The second possibility is that even conditional on any continued loan repayments, people are reluctant to increase their consumption out of the increased cash on hand that they get from these transfers. So people don't want to move this liquidity from saving to consumption. And I can quantify each of these wedges in the transactions data. So to quantify the first wedge, I'm going to calculate what I'll call a semi-structural forbearance marginal propensity to spend. So this is just the forbearance MPX taking into account any student loan prepayments, but applying the marginal propensity to spend out of any increased cash on hand. That's the same as for stimulus checks. And using this, I get kind of a decrease in the forbearance MPX to around 10%, but it's still significantly higher than what I see in my event study. And so the residual between kind of this semi-structural MPX and what I actually see tells me how much spending people are actually doing out of increased cash on hand they get from forbearance, which is also quite low. So these calculations are a little bit complicated, but the main takeaway is that it's not just that borrowers are using their forbearance liquidity to repay their student debt. but also that people are reluctant to transfer any increased cash on hand into consumption. Now, I'll very briefly go over some survey results and how I, kind of model this flypaper effect in a simple mental accounting framework with the goal of just motivating some sufficient statistics that I use for fiscal policy analysis. So I asked student borrowers on Prolific why they kept making payments. I found broadly that people understand the program rules and their eligibility, but are typically confused about the incentives created by the 0% interest rate on outstanding debt. So a lot of people said things like prepaying was financially smart because the interest rate on outstanding debt was 0%, which is of course exactly backwards. Instead, people seem to use kind of heuristics and ad hoc budgeting to decide how much to repay. So you see many people saying that they budgeted for student loan payments and didn't want to adjust. So this is consistent with a model where instead of trying to minimize interest costs, borrowers are using sort of ad hoc debt repayment targets and face either real or cognitive costs to adjusting relative to those targets. Now, in the paper, I rationalized my findings using a simple mental accounting model where borrowers face fixed costs to deviating from exogenously set either student loan repayment targets or total savings targets. It's not important how I incorporate this into the dynamic model, but it does deliver kind of two sufficient statistics that I can use for the policy analysis. So the first is how much forbearance liquidity people use to repay their student loans. That tells us how costly it is to deviate from kind of a student loan payment goal. And then the second sufficient statistic is the relative increase in consumption due to forbearance liquidity relative to stimulus checks. And this tells us how costly it is for people to deviate from a total saving goal, because it's basically the relative difficulty of transferring any forbearance of cash on hand to consumption relative to transferring cash on hand from stimulus checks to consumption. So I'm going to use these two sufficient statistics to parameterize this flypaper effect in a very simple kind of calibration framework to understand policy implications. So this is going to be partial equilibrium. I'm going to assume that borrowers have potentially heterogeneous 1 month marginal propensities to consume out of unanticipated cash windfalls, and the government can use a combination of student loan forbearance and stimulus checks to try to increase aggregate demand. Now, I'm just going to make two caveats. So first is that I'm going to calibrate to the institutional details of the CARES Act forbearance policy. And so other forbearance policies with different institutional details might kind of have different results here. And the second caveat is that I'm making the comparison with stimulus checks, not to suggest that these two policies are kind of direct substitutes, but rather just to provide sort of a natural cost benchmark for forbearance. Okay, so to calculate the cost of forbearance, I'll calculate its fiscal cost efficiency. This is how much aggregate consumption increases per dollar of fiscal cost from forbearance relative to stimulus checks. Intuitively, this answers the question, how much would aggregate demand increase if I reallocated $1 of fiscal cost from stimulus checks to forbearance? Now, I can derive a fairly simple expression for this relative fiscal cost efficiency, which has intuitive comparative statics. So forbearance is more cost efficient if it's cheaper to administer. So kind of the present value cost of setting the loan spread on student loans to 0 is low. It's also going to be more efficient if it essentially more effectively targets resources to high MPC households relative to stimulus checks. So if the correlation between the amount of liquidity delivered and MPCs is high. And then there's kind of a new component that depends on the flypaper effect that I've been discussing, which is forbearance is more efficient if the increase in consumption due to forbearance liquidity is high relative to the increase in consumption due to stimulus checks. And of course, I have to normalize by how much of the liquidity from student debt is being used to repay student loans, because money's not going out the door if people just keep on paying their student loans. Now, I can use the transactions data to put some numbers on each of these figures. I think something that's kind of interesting is that as implemented, student loan forbearance is actually mildly regressive relative to stimulus checks. That's kind of intuitive because forbearance was completely untargeted as implemented, whereas stimulus checks were targeted. Now, assuming that there's no flypaper effect, I find that forbearance is much more efficient than stimulus checks. So $1 spent on forbearance delivers 25 cents more in aggregate demand than $1 spent on checks. So that's a big cost advantage. However, the flypaper effect erodes much of this cost advantage. And the reason is that people aren't using the liquidity that they get from forbearance to increase their consumption by as much relative to stimulus checks. Now, in the paper, I show kind of robustness of these results, assuming that there's sort of endogenous take-up. So the people who continue paying their student loans during forbearance might have a higher or lower MPC. Just empirically, it turns out that there's actually not that much of a sensitivity to that. And so that doesn't affect my results very much. Okay, so let's kind of quantify what this means for the overall design of a stimulus package. So to make up for the decrease in consumption out of forbearance due to the flypaper effect requires stimulus checks that are about 18% larger. And overall, this means that the total cost of aggregate demand stimulus is higher by about 12%. That's both because stimulus checks, which are expensive, have to be bigger, and also because the fiscal cost efficiency of forbearance has gone down. Okay, so to conclude, I think there are two key points that I want to leave you with. The first is that the effect of liquidity from some kind of stimulus transfer on saving consumption behavior depends on its source, where there's clear evidence for a flypaper effect in the forbearance context, which reduces consumption out of forbearance. And then second, this broadly makes forbearance less effective and more costly as a countercyclical fiscal policy tool. So to reach any kind of aggregate demand target, governments might have to rely more on direct cash transfers as opposed to being able to rely on forbearance policies. And so with that, thank you for your attention. I'm very excited to hear Constantine's discussion. Thanks.
Great, thanks very much. And hopefully this time I don't say anything to get me in the Constantine box. Great. Thanks very much. Well, this paper was a pleasure to read. It's a hard paper to discuss. It's well over 110 pages now. So as I was going through it, a lot of the things I thought of, Justin had already dealt with in the appendix. But I'll start by saying I think this is a very important topic to think about the interaction between student loans and stimulus. And we have wide heterogeneity in beliefs or statements by policymakers about this. So one example, one of the senators in the state that we're in, Elizabeth Warren, said that student loan forgiveness is the single most effective executive action available to provide a massive stimulus to our economy. Around the same time, Jason Furman, the former chair of Obama's Council of Economic Advisors, said more or less precisely the opposite. Student loan debt forgiveness likely has a multiplier close to zero and may even be net negative. So you have two prominent policymakers from the same wing of the same party saying completely the opposite. So we desperately need more evidence here. And this paper provides that evidence and tells us about whether stimulus or forbearance is more effective. Of course, on the surface, we would think that forbearance would be cheaper from the government's perspective, but this paper comes up with a very clever way of measuring the fiscal cost efficiency of stimulus versus forbearance. I think this is probably the most important equation in the paper to me, that the fiscal efficiency is a function of the average cost, resource targeting, the stimulus marginal propensity to spend, and the flypaper effect, which is really what this paper focuses on. And I think Justin did a very good job of explaining this clearly. This flypaper effect is governed by these two parameters, the gamma, that's the ratio of forbearance and the stimulus check, MPX, and eta, which is the MPX of student loans out of forbearance liquidity. And if this ratio is 1, there are no flypaper effects. If it's 0, there's a full flypaper effect. And Justin estimates these two sufficient statistics. Here are the key figures, how he estimates them. So on the right, you have an event study using stimulus checks. I like that quite a bit. He measures a number very similar to my work with Scott. So he measures 0.17. Scott and I measured 0.14. So really, actually, the stimulus was not very effective during this time period. So we're arguing almost about which is more inefficient. So he measures prepayment from student loans via the drop in payment. And I think qualitatively, this is right. I'll pick a little bit about the magnitudes there. But first, I want to talk a bit about what are these flypaper effects and what else they could be. So when I was reading this, I struggled to think about how these flypaper effects would interact with a commitment mechanism that people might constrain their future choices to achieve certain goals. And of course, the most famous of this comes from, Greece, as all good things come from, in the Odyssey. So Odysseus famously tied himself to the mast of his ship, so the sirens, these monsters, wouldn't sing a song that would force him to throw himself against the rocks. I mean, here's a picture of a classical Athenian vase. There's a Waterhouse painting in the Tate Gallery. Here's the Chris Nolan interpretation of that. So to be fair, so this is addressed a bit in the appendix, but actually if you read a lot of financial planners, they often follow these heuristics like zero-based budgeting or debt snowballing. And these effectively are promoted as being commitment mechanisms. And this is especially relevant during this time period because initially this payment pause was supposed to last 3 months, but the government kept extending it. So people might have thought that their payments were going to resume imminently. So, I have some new work suggesting that this commitment actually matters. So Michael Weber, Dimitri Koustas, and I were surveying student loan borrowers about their beliefs about student loan forgiveness and sending randomized treatments around this time period. And we saw that people who thought their loans would get forgiven were less likely to prepay their loans, but also the people who thought their loans would get forgiven and didn't, they were more likely to be delinquent several years later once payments resumed. So perhaps there's a reason for commitment mechanisms. So to be fair, I mean, this is discussed very briefly in the appendix, and it leans really on the survey that's done. But if you look at this, this didn't appear properly, unfortunately. But if we look at these survey responses, I would, which we can't, a lot of them I would interpret as being consistent with people talking about commitment mechanisms. So namely, things like I'm doing this because I think it's a good thing to pay down debt. Another thing that they mentioned, this is the one in the little color, I remember that 18% of people say that they don't think they were eligible for the payment pause. And I'll come back to that in a moment. But first, I want to talk a little bit about the data sample. So this uses this transaction data that Scott and I are very familiar with. So there's data on bank transactions from about 60 million Americans, or 20% of Americans. And Scott and I, actually several years ago, good, this one appears, tried to do a similar exercise. And here's an email from me to Scott long ago. Scott actually taught me in graduate school, whenever you have a new data set, try to match aggregates and see if you can copy these aggregate trends to kind of get a sense of, do things look sensible? And one thing we noticed was that we weren't getting the data to match aggregates. There are about 45 million student loan borrowers. So if there's 20% of the American population, you should have about 9 million borrowers in the sample, but you're only getting 3 or 4% of that. So around 300,000 borrowers. So the sample is selected somehow, and it's not clear how. And potentially, that's very important because not all borrowers were subject to the student loan payment pause. So here's the other thing I said in the email. My biggest concern is that some of these loans might be private. So now I'm going to go deep into the weeds of student loan payments. So I'm gonna put in a picture of a weed here. This comes from Adair's garden in Berkeley, California. So broadly speaking, there are two types of student loans. So federal student loans. So there's the direct loan program, which is what all currently dispersed student loans are today. But before 2010, actually the original OG student loan program was something called the FFEL program. And these programs are almost identical. I don't have time to go into things, but the main difference is that the source of funds for direct loan programs is the US Treasury, whereas for the FFEL program, the source of funds is private banks, and those are guaranteed. And it's a bit more complicated than this, but broadly speaking, during the payment pause, direct loans had the pause, FFEL loans didn't. Again, this is acknowledged in the paper, and for arcane reasons I won't get into, about half the FFEL loans saw the payment pause, about half didn't. And in 2022, about a quarter of all outstanding loans were FFEL loans. So I think that could match reasonably well that 18% in the survey of people not being eligible. So the other potential reason why people might not be eligible is private loans. So I think that the big upshot here is I completely believe the main message of the paper, and qualitatively it's right, but the paper concludes that this flypaper effect completely undoes the fiscal cost efficiency of forbearance. I think it undoes a lot of it. Does it completely get there? I'm not so sure once you account for these people who wouldn't have had their loans paused. And again, I think the paper, this is a good paper. It should be published well. I think the paper results are still very interesting, even if this flypaper effect doesn't explain 100% of the efficiency, and it explains 50 or 75 or whatever. And I think a simple solution is to try to use consumer credit panel data or federal data. And actually in the version sent last week, Justin is starting to going down that route. So there's, which is very good. And so there's some figures in the appendix looking at federal payments from a paper by Jordan Matsudaira and co-authors. And so this comes from federal federal data, in order to interpret this correctly, you have to understand federal accounting rules. So it's not quite money in and out here, and the reason for that is loan consolidations. So when a borrower refinances, they're effectively paying the loan in full, which is going to look like a prepayment, but a new loan is being issued. And so I looked at the Department of Education data, and about half of all the payments in this time were actually consolidation. So I think it's much lower. And in the Matsudaira paper, they say that there's a surge in aggregate payments driven by much larger payments by a small number of borrowers. I think a lot of this is consolidations, and there were reasons to consolidate during this time period because, again, people expected that the payments would resume soon, and you needed to consolidate, again, for arcane reasons of federal loan programs to access certain repayment options. Also, you see big spikes in the data, and I think this is consistent with a beliefs mechanism because people expected that, so these spikes occur when the payment pause was supposed to end, and then it actually was extended at the very last minute. So again, this is consistent with a beliefs mechanism. So I'll just wrap up now. Steve is giving me the evil eye. I'll say I think this is a very important contribution, and this decomposition of stimulus fiscal cost efficiency could potentially be used to explore a lot of programs. So I think this framework is extremely useful. I think the paper shows some convincing evidence that this matters and undoes some of the fiscal cost efficiency of stimulus. I think the paper should be published well on that in terms of how to improve it. Even more than it's a very good paper. I think it would be worth thinking harder and explicitly about how flypaper and commitment effects are conceptually different, if they are. And I mean, perhaps this would just, my prior is that this wouldn't really affect the fiscal cost efficiency, but it might affect aggregate welfare with this commitment or something else. I think the paper should do a bit more precise job of nailing down the magnitudes. And again, I'll say I think the answer is very interesting, regardless of the precise magnitude. So thanks very much.
Great. Thanks for the discussion. It was super helpful. Yes.
So, I mean, it seems like you could pin down at least a very credible lower bound of the effect by looking, like saying the only people who were affected were the people who chose and changed their repayment amount to a round number or some different amount so that they were truly treated when they didn't have to be. And I mean, maybe that's only a tiny fraction. Maybe everyone else pays the exact same amount, but I would imagine most people who are voluntarily doing it have don't use a number of cents or something when they're entering their repayment.
Yeah, sure. So something like, you go from $353.27 to $360. That's probably somebody actively making a choice and, kind of maybe is helpful relative to some of Constantine's comments about is this consolidation, this sort of thing.
Yeah, just as a lower bound.
Yep, thank you.
a question about measuring stimulus in your data. So you use you say checks a lot, but in fact, very little of the stimulus was made by checks, most of it was by ACH.
Yep.
You didn't pick that up.
Yep.
Data. What's not clear to me is that a lot of stimulus was paid on prepaid cards, certain segments of the population. You know, from other data, those were essentially withdrawn. As soon as you knew the date the money was there, you would withdraw it, and it would go somewhere else. Do you observe those prepaid cards in your data, or are you inferring some deposits that were?
Right, so I can see the ACH transfers directly. You know, they just have like a code that says that they're coming from the treasury. If you get like a paper check or these cards that then you deposit into your account, I'm accounting for those if I see basically deposits of the right amount around the right time. And I've done some robustness to that, but that's the general approach. So I'm capturing some of those, but obviously if people don't deposit into their account, then I won't see it. Yep.
I guess I have one question I didn't follow between the private student loans that continued versus voluntary continuation. And can you just clarify exactly whether it's intent to treat or actual treatment? And then the second point is sort of the big picture point of, I think these are the wrong experiments to frame in terms of stimulus efficacy, because we're exactly at a point where consumption is sort of constrained down. The vast majority of people haven't lost their jobs. And the very low MPCs found by Baker et al. And my little CDX experiment, same basic idea, very low MPCs relative to what we'd seen previously. And so in some sense, we didn't want stimulus, we wanted people staying at home. People were accumulating large piles of liquidity over the next year and plus. And so I guess I'm just not sure that I would use this as a guide to stimulus efficacy in a typical recession.
Sure. So I think to your first point, I'm not sure this is what you're asking, but to be clear, what I'm saying, like how much of your forbearance liquidity are you spending or are you using on student loan repayment? I'm kind of calculating how much liquidity I assume you are getting based on your previous monthly payments. So somebody who typically pays $300 a month is getting $300 a month of liquidity. So you could see that as kind of like an intent to treat.
But you know a private student lender who isn't in forbearance?
So for private student lenders, that's kind of like the third column of the servicers. I don't know if they're in forbearance. In practice, you don't really see payments drop. They drop a little bit, but not nearly as much as for these federal student lenders or people who service both types of debt. I think to your broader point, it's a good point. So maybe, you know, in a typical time, you would see the MPX not be 17%, but be more like 40%. I think, you know, maybe that just increases the gap between the consumption response to each of these programs. Yeah, Stephanie.
Other experimental evidence too, but what about a very low cost intervention where, you know, it says mixing the mix between forbearance and stimulus payments? You did the forbearance, but told people a nudge like, why don't you use this to repay higher interest debt when you can use this money to, like, we thought about that, and you would also put in your policy simulation that you would shift some of the parameters.
Yeah, I think that's a great suggestion, and I haven't done it or thought about it. One thing that comes to mind is in some of the survey questions, I sort of like tease out the fact that people are using these transfers differently, and then kind of ask people to say, okay, like, why are you doing this? And a lot of people kind of answer something of the form of, I don't really understand why you're making this connection. Like these things seem unrelated to me. You could model that as some kind of narrow bracketing or mental counting or whatever. I think that might push against the efficacy of this kind of program, but I suspect it would do something. Yep.
So there was mortgage forbearance at the same time as well. Could you use mortgage forbearance to see if there was a fly paper effect for mortgage payments?
So I would say I would love to. I think it's kind of a data limitation. It's hard for me to tell which mortgages are in forbearance in my data. One just kind of broader conceptual point that I'll make though is that a difference between the two programs is, you know, mortgage forbearance was opt-in. You had to apply for it versus this, which was opt-out. And I guess Evan Soltis, Charlie Rafkin, and Adam Solomon have a nice paper about how, you know, sometimes opt-in policies, which impose ordeals on households, can improve targeting of different types of programs. So they're doing this in the context of like the take up of other types of transfers, where they find that people who really need the transfer are more likely to take it. You might expect to see similar things in this context where people who actually took up mortgage forbearance used it more relative to student loan forbearance, but that's not the case.
Actually see whether or not they took off for the mortgage forbearance in credit panels, if you're using credit card data or credit card panel data.
So
that we use, we can actually see.
I think it depends on the exact like extract that you have, but you probably can better than I can for sure. The cost then is you can't see the spending effects, but you could look at impacts on things like default and whatnot. And I think there are some papers that do that.
I have another question.
Yes.
So could you, so you were just looking at student debt payment, repayment and spending. Could you look at other forms of debt repayment? Which, so for example, mortgage, auto, credit card, for example.
Yes, that's
credit
a
cards
good
are much higher
Yep.
interest rate than any of the other forms of debt. So are they kind of paying down credit card debt in a different way? Does the transfer type matter or not?
Yeah, so I've done it with credit cards. Those are the results I showed, but I think it's a good suggestion to do it for mortgages, autos, these kind of things. And I could do a little bit more on that. Yes.
Mortgage program. I think there was complicated expectations of potential loan forgiveness. I'm wondering if that shows up in the survey or stuff. I could imagine some of the white papers, I think, like making payments, maybe that'll somehow impact eligibility for some future program.
Yeah, for sure. So I'll say that, Constantine's 2024 paper on this has kind of like a module which separately looks at the impact of the forbearance announcement on people's behavior. And if I'm recalling right, I think there's less of an impact on that announcement, which suggests that, what people are responding to is more potential like liquidity effects as opposed to this news about like a debt write down. One thing that I will say kind of specifically to your point is, I think there's a general sense that it's a really bad idea to stop making your student loan payments because somehow you're going to get screwed by the government. And so you should just keep on doing it so that, they're not going to come back and say, oh, you weren't eligible for this forgiveness program for whatever reason. And there's some of that in the survey responses, but I could look at it a little bit more systematically. Yeah.
Is buying down 100% principal, not interest, but you are gonna eventually start paying interest on that principal at the end of the period. So just thinking about the spikes that Constantine is showing, that right around anticipated ending, people seem to be buying down their principal more. But if you're kind of unable to commit to significant loan reduction right before the end of the forbearance, that could explain why you're outlaying over the additional.
Right. So I think the pure arbitrage move is like you put all of your loan payments into a high yield savings account, wait until the day before expiration, and then do the big transfer. I can't, my contract ended in 2021, so I can't see if people are doing that. One thing I will, and then like you said, like you and Constantine were saying, this interacts with kind of the commitment thing. What I can say is that in the survey, it's about 8% of respondents who say something explicit about how they continued making payments as a commitment device. And so I think that's definitely, a first order consideration for some borrowers, but not everybody. Yeah.
We've moved into, so in a bigger, broader, we've moved into this moment in time where college is not, lack of college is, we're trying to promote lack of college as not being a negative. Right, the trades and this sort of thing, right? And there's this whole conversation around scrappy generation. And I wonder whether you, and this is not about the paper, but about this data, what you could do or maybe possibly. But what are these people and how are these people managing finances, whether they invest again? Can you use some of these experiments to understand these people more and what it means, the scrappy generation conversation means? Usually it's interesting. I don't know if that scrappy generation is accurate, but I think, as society, we're moving that way of what are we getting for all these thousands of dollars people are spending in education, and what are the other alternatives, and what does it do to you personally as a behavior, not just what career should go, which the education that you're doing. Anyway, sorry, just good for thought.
For sure. I think one, I'll make a connection with this paper, but I think, generally is a very interesting idea. You could imagine that could show up as people sort of like leverage maxing on this sort of thing. So, if you get any kind of government policy that allows you to increase your leverage, then you're going to take like the maximum amount of that, use it to start a business or whatever. But I think it's a nice connection.
There's a sense also, sorry, in which. When you. No, don't make this point out. So,
Okay. Sounds good. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a lunch break now. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock for fall. Goes with pickup session using AI and household finance research, a practical guide.
So yes. If I go to payment. There'll be a mail. Yeah. There's so many, they pass. There's something you just gotta think here. Zero. Not as bad as I'm so that's. Not the legs of it. Say which was all relative.
Great, thank you.
I think I'm like one of the few bullets on it.
Yes.
So let's kick off our final afternoon here. So I think we often have kind of one session, whether it's with data providers or with vendors. We wanted to have a special session with Paul this year. You know, as James mentioned yesterday, you know, like every other conversation that you have, kind of leads into how are you using AI and what are you using AI for? And, you know, hopefully and fortuitously, we have kind of, you know, one of my favorite people talking about AI and how to be productive with it. Kind of here in our household finance group, so we thought we'd give Paul a little bit of time to share kind of his advice for how to be most productive with AI for household finance research. So, you know, Paul will be 75 minutes and then.
Great. Yeah. All right. Thank you. This is a somewhat terrifying thing of getting this many minutes in front of it. I can't promise to be as crisp and sharp as the really nice 20-minute and 12-minute presenters have been so far over the course of the talk. So let's start while I'm talking a little bit. If everybody could just either, if you have your computer in front of you, or take your phone out and just do this poll really quickly. So this is going to be helpful for us. So this will take no more than, I think, a minute. If you have your computer directly in front of you, you can do it too. And what I'll say, I'll give you guys a second to do this. So when we do this, we can actually watch as it comes in. So we're gonna have a lot of, so far we got a lot of experts. I guess I shouldn't show this. I don't want to bias the results. These are you guys. I don't do a lot of survey work, a lot of experimental work. All right, I'll give it a couple of more seconds. Everybody's looking. All right. Okay, so a lot of people here. So I think I had expected more kind of bimodality on this, but a lot of people here who have used it. So this is, what best describes it. Looks like we got load bearing in my workflow. I specifically picked that language in case you like, it's written by an AI. It's like, it's a load bearing, a really great point. There's some people here who definitely don't use it though. This is at least like a decent chunk, not quite a majority who only use it, a little bit, like once weekly. So I am going to be trying to kind of do a whole range of things today. I think the load bearing in my workflow people, I think there will hopefully be things that are useful today, but I apologize if I kind of start slow in terms of things that you've seen before, and more we're going to be talking about things. For people who are kind of using it, it seems like a lot are worried about trust and verification, don't know where to start, or data confidentiality. So I'm going to touch on trust and verification, and data confidentiality, and I like the one person who's blaming their co-authors. But if you don't know where to start, like this is not quite going to be it. At the end, I'm going to kind of try to put together something that will be like one resource that you can go look, and we'll have the stuff that we're going to do today, the slides for this and everything else will be posted if you need to do this kind of look at it again. And it looks like, I think everybody's kind of under the impression, what share went to data cleaning. People kind of understand like data cleaning and data coding and debugging is a huge part of what's going on. And my view is that these tools are really useful for that. So what I'm going to be trying to do today is kind of start over a bunch of things, but really kind of the idea that I have for AI generally, and then we'll narrow down to thinking about household finances. Like if this is something that you want to do with coding, if you're a tinkerer or you can make things, if you can dream it, you can build it kind of situation. So like an example I want to give you is I was talking about how I'm going to do a poll at the beginning, and somebody here was, I think maybe you asked this, Steve, was like, oh, well, what are you using for polling? And I was like, well, I'm not using any website. I made like the whole thing from scratch. Like I had never done this before, but for this, since this was kind of this idea, is basically coded up using this, what's called a Cloudflare worker, which is not a thing I knew about prior to working on this, which is basically, I told it I wanted to do this, and so it made, built a prompt. But what I want to show you is that in order to make a poll, and this is something you guys could do for teaching, this was like on the fly, instantaneous, a website that, it took it was free, and it took all of 10 minutes in the background of this running for me to set up a poll where you can put up a QR code at the beginning, and then all the poll responses will auto-populate. So I'm going to show you guys a couple of things later on in the talk that will look like this, where we don't have time for me to like sit like I'm sitting with Marcus Brunemeyer and we're just going to chatting for many hours. I have these things where they're recorded and they're going to be like at 2.5 speed, and I'll kind of fast forward just to show you the gist of what it looks like. And I'll have these on a website if you want to look at it. But here, kind of the nice idea is like talking to Claude, I got the idea of how to build one of these polls, and you go there and it takes about 5 minutes and it runs this and it thinks for a little while. And then after a little while, it says, oh yeah, I'll just write a bunch of code after I think. And I don't even know how half of this works. And of course, that's like not necessarily a great thing in research. But in the context of this, it basically built a little website where I ran one thing from the command line and I can make a poll. So this is just to give you an idea of like why I think of this is that there's a lot of use cases for tinkering that can be very useful. So let's sort of take stock from that. I think it's really easy to build tools. This is called like vibe coding, right? This idea of vibe coding. What I'm trying to do today is, how can we translate this into thinking about household finance research or just research generally, okay? So first mindset that I want us to get into is like coding is no longer challenging to get into. Like I didn't know what the words Cloudflare worker were, a week ago. Now I know how to like spin up polls on a website very easily. So I think the idea here is that what AI has done is that it has dramatically compressed execution costs on tasks. And so I've like kind of tried to make this argument previously is that there's a lot of steps in research. There's ideation, there's literature review, there's data cleaning, estimation, visualization, structuring outputs, all the things we talked about that take, over 50% of our time, that LLMs just really rapidly speed up how fast you can do it. So I'll show an example at the end of today, but many projects you can get started quickly and have some initial ideas far faster than you ever were. When I was a graduate student, right, it took many, many months to get to a point of where the data was clean enough that you could have an idea. Now I think a minimum working example is within a couple of weeks often, or maybe even a day, depending on how easy it is to get the data. But the thing is like, what's good, right? You need to have tension, and like there's all the things are good, but no, there's a bad thing. So the challenge is that like while execution costs have fallen tremendously, verification costs are still quite high in a number of things, especially in research. And so this is not exclusively my idea, this idea of thinking about implementation and verification. This is like a number of people who've been thinking about this problem. Really, you can think of there being a lot of tasks that live on this two-dimensional little figure here, where there's things that are maybe expensive or easy to implement, right? So tasks that are easy to implement, those are things that like take 2 seconds to write code for, or maybe are easy to do. Those are kind of low versus high. LLMs have made things cheaper, right? They've moved things to the left, but not always to the left. But then there are things that are quite hard to verify, right? If you look at if somebody writes up a math proof, unless it's like, what is beta hat for OLS? It's not trivial for me necessarily to verify what a proof is. Often, maybe I have a sense of something when I know if it works well. And so the quadrants that sort of matter is when things are cheap to verify, those kind of live on the bottom. And those are where kind of LLMs work extraordinarily well, because you have a sense of how things work. But when things are on the top, this is where you have to be very careful with these AI tools. This is going to be kind of one of these ideas, is that when things are costly to verify, you really, I think, need to be extremely careful in how you use it. You either need to be, because there's a real incentive to just let the AI try many, many different things and not pay attention to what it's doing and not verify what's going on, especially when things are tough to verify and tough to execute. This is kind of the people like you read online that are like, let's spin up 100 agents and just have it go hog wild kind of situation. So I think part of the idea here is this is kind of the tension, is that what it's revealed is actually part of what's hard in our job is not just the execution, but also the verification. So to give you a sense of why was this not so salient before, and I think I've only recently started having RAs, so people who had RAs maybe kind of knew this before, is, well, when you were writing all the code yourself, you were verifying as you went along, right? It wasn't like this 100,000 lines of code showed up and you had to verify if it was true. And that's true even probably if you have an RA, is that it's much more incremental. The speed at which it happens is slower. In this case, like now we have these just huge chunks of things we're leaping along and we're accruing what's called verification debt. Okay, so I think a lot of what's going to happen and how you should be thinking about the mindset when you're using these tools is how do you manage and kind of best deal with verification debt. And I'm going to kind of try and propose some ways in which you can think about that. By the way, I forgot to say this at the beginning, but like, people should feel free to ask questions. I guess the trick is it says there's 67 slides here. I'm not planning on doing all of the slides, so don't feel like I have to lecture at you for 75 minutes. If people have questions, jump in. But like, if I'm also happy to talk offline later, so it doesn't have to just be me for 75 minutes. So what I'm going to talk about today, and so this kind of to motivate the idea is this. First, I think a bunch of you are very familiar with AI. At the same time, even if you're familiar with using it as a tool, you might not have spent as much time kind of reading up or thinking about what's going on under the hood. Like, I don't know how cars work, and I use a car all the time. I have a little bit of a sense, maybe above average, on kind of what's going on. And so I'm going to give you kind of a crash course on how you should think about what's going on under the hood for an LLM and an AI. Then I'm going to give you kind of some principles or maxims of how I think about are good ways to approach working with AI. Like, just think of this as like, here's a couple things to keep in mind, best practices, but not necessarily forever kind of situation. Then I'm going to show you kind of a suggested workflow based on how I've done it. And then I'm going to show an example of a few things where this is what I did at the beginning of this week. And it had nothing to, even it was kind of amazing. I walk in and Arpit starts doing a talk that uses the jumbo conventional notch. And I'm basically going to be doing that analysis using the like recent data. I emailed Anthony to ask him if it was okay. He said he hurt his back, that's why he's not here. But he said he was going to watch. And I promise there's nothing damning in this. It's more about like, let me show like we can take the data and kind of do things very, very quickly and expand and do the further analyses in interesting ways. And then what's kind of useful about this is it lets us see like where can AI kind of really rapidly make stuff easier, and where is it that like AI doesn't inherently kind of help you beyond certain things. Does that make sense? Any questions? And I'm going to touch on like a bunch of, so there were some questions about privacy and trust and verification. I'm going to talk about those as we go through. Okay. Okay, great. Yes. So what is an LLM? You know, this is, by the way, some of these images, as James will already know, is like one of our great colleagues, Kyle Jensen, has these really lovely graphics. So this one I stole from him. This is from Kyle. And then I have a bunch of figures, and I like Kyle's figures so much that I asked ChatGPT to make all my figures to look like Kyle's later. So there are Kyle's, and then there are like fake Kyle's. This is a real Kyle. This one's much more expensive. So yeah, so what's an LLM? So one way to think about this, so an LLM, right, stands for a large language model. This is what people are talking about when they talk about a model being released, right? It's the things that have weights. It's an inference engine. One way to think about an LLM is an LLM is like what was going on when we first had like GPT 3.5 come out, these chatbots that are online. They are really kind of, they're large language models. They are predictive text engines that are predicting things. And they're amazing. Like, it's very easy to forget how much the world has changed since 3.5 came out, but it was still pretty extraordinary that you could have this conversation with this thing. And what it's really good is like writing, right? So it's really good at answering questions and writing things, but it doesn't really have a sense of the idea of, can I check what I don't know? Can I look up things? You know, I can't do things. It's totally just a text prediction engine, right? One way to think about this, in some really lovely video, if you guys like this web series called 3 Blue, 1 Brown, he has this really nice thing that's talking about how a lot of what LLM you can think about is compression of the information in the training data set. So don't think of it as kind of like it's just randomly producing words. In some ways, it's compressed a huge amount of knowledge in its training data set to do prediction going forward based off of the prompts that you give it. So those are amazing, but also that's kind of like having just a lot of journals and a lot of books at your fingertips. It doesn't let you do research per se better. So the way that an LLM works, so now you guys may understand that about an LLM. Now let me kind of show you something you may be less familiar with. And people who are watching online, I'm going to move out of shot and then I'll come back, I promise. This is what it looks like under the hood if you're chatting with ChatGPT. So there's a lot of stuff going on here. So this is ChatGPT. This at the beginning is something called a system prompt. So when you load something on AI, it says some things that are like, for example, this is like why it knows it doesn't know anything before a certain date. It tells you what its knowledge cutoff is. It tells the LLM what the date is today so that it doesn't screw that up. It will sort of give a bunch of information so that these are all things that you don't see, but it basically is pre-programmed in, and these get longer and longer. The more modern models have a lot of things in there. There was a brief period famously where Codex, that OpenAI, had very specific instructions to not mention goblins in its system prompt, if you're not familiar with this. So, and part of this is that we'll get into is that like the reinforcement learning had like somehow really activated this idea that it would just start mentioning goblins a lot. And so it had in this thing before, like, don't mention goblins. So that's like a very interesting problem. So all this stuff, by the way, you know, we're going to talk about like like harnesses and Claude Code. These things exist as well when you're doing Claude Code and otherwise. This is just very convenient in the chat. It has some more things here that this is a message for the tools. We're going to talk about tools for agentic stuff. So let's skip that for a second. And then here is this message with what's new in the latest version of Polars. So that's a user message that's just a prompt that's on there. And until we're going to skip tool calls, because we're going to talk about agentic stuff in a second. But then what happens is that it starts thinking. So we have these things. So if you may have heard of this thing called like a reasoning or chain of thought, part of the not this most recent iteration, but the iteration before, of what got really good with AI was this ability to do what's called chain of thought reasoning, which is the analogy for human beings is the idea that you just spend some time thinking over the problem before you give an answer. You're giving yourself more context in this setting to give a better answer. So here, it says, user is asking about the latest Polars version. My knowledge cutoff is here. I need to search for the latest update. So we're going to skip this idea that I can search. But what it eventually will do is it will think a lot to itself, and then it will give a final answer here. And this is all that you see at the bottom. You see the prompt and the answer. You don't see the thinking or anything else. And the point is, so this context is a lot of stuff in it that is just kind of getting longer and longer as you talk with something, as you talk with it. What happens and what makes these LLMs work well is the fact that we gave them these tools. So this is a fake Kyle, by the way. This is a fake Kyle. An LLM is just text in, text out. Well, once we give it access to tools, so the big ones, for example, that you'd use if you're using the chat online are things like web search, the ability to read files, the ability to run code, the querying a database and so forth. Anything that basically, when you're on Claude Code, like once you have access to Bash, you can do anything right on a computer. So you just give it the ability to execute things. And that gives it a lot of functionality because you tell it how a tool works. That's what's going on here. You say, look, you have a function where you give me a string and I'll give you a bunch of strings back if you need to go look something up. And it says, hey, I need to do this thing. Let me like do this type of query. That really is what so when people talk about agentic AI, this is what they mean. Agentic AI is when an LLM is given tools and it's basically able to execute and do things in the real world. So the way that you get these tools is that often is you have some kind of harness. So a harness, so these are all keywords. Now you're going to be able to go and like use all the buzzwords appropriately when you're having a conversation. So we have an AI that is an LLM, which are these models. And then we have tools that we give it to make it agentic. And the tools that we give it are given with a harness. So here previously, the tools are this way, and there's a back end that they're giving this. They're saying, hey, anytime this thing spits out this type of function, this web search function, there's a thing that sits on top of a ChatGPT output when it's spitting stuff out that says as soon as it sees that, it executes that function for it and then gives it the feedback. The same thing happens when you're running something in your computer in Claude Code. Is it sees it, spits out, hey, I want to do this. It pipes that somewhere else, and then it sends it back the output. Does that make sense? So it's just like there's someone there paying attention to what's going on. You can even write your own harness. So when you're working with, say, Claude Code or Codex, or you're using Cursor or VS Code, these are all versions of harnesses that have tools that are built in that are executing these types of things. Does that make sense to people so far? So it's helpful because what that's going to sort of mean is like you kind of then understand under the hood, like many of the things that it's doing is a function of this text that's going on. You're building up a context window and it's making calls out when it's doing these types of things. One of the things I want to mention very quickly is like we almost all use Claude Code in part because, well, Claude Code and Codex because they're really excellent in terms of it. Like poor Gemini and all the other ones have like really fallen on the wayside. However, there are lots of open source harnesses that people use. I have historically used this really nice one called Pi, which is open source that you can use many different models in it. So it has many, many different models. One of the nice things about it is it doesn't have nearly as much junk at the beginning. Part of what happens in many of these harnesses like Claude Code is that you don't see it, but there's a huge system prompt at the beginning. It's not as big as 1 million tokens, but it's big. And so Pi starts with very little and then allows you to customize it if this was something you were interested in. This is for like the people, this is not for the people who are less comfortable with it. This is like if you're a person who's interested in getting better at these things, there's a lot of customization and other things you can do that involve things like this. One of the challenges is that Pi, you can't use Claude inside of it because Anthropic has basically shut down the ability to, you can't use Claude as a membership inside of the Pi harness. So you can pay per token, but you can't use the membership. Okay? So that's kind of like a very brief overview of the idea of how these things work. Does anyone have any questions? Kind of like, I want you to just have in mind, it's a text thing. You give it tools, it sits in a harness, and then we kind of let it run hog wild on our computer. Okay, great. So what are some principles of this? So there's a lot of ways to use agentic AI. One of the things that I discovered from doing these videos about it was I was told I was not appropriately targeting the modal audience of how people do things. I tend to use the command line. So I want to start by saying there are lots of ways to use these tools. This is Claude's Mac OS app that you can download. And so this is where Cowork lives, for example. So this is Cowork. So Cowork is here, right? So you can switch between Cowork and chat. And it's really nice, right? So it's a really kind of nice service. It is very kind of it's constrained, but by adding these constraints, it makes it very functional. So how many people here use Cowork? Okay, great. So like Cowork is super functional and has a lot of really nice built-in things that make it a really good entry point. So for some of these folks who are kind of worried about using Cowork, or sorry, using these agentic AIs generally, one of the things that Cowork does is it will be similar to some of the stuff that we're talking about, but it automatically lives in a sandbox. So we'll talk about what that means, but what I mean by that is it can't touch a lot of stuff on your computer. The default, it comes in with a lot of defaults of not touching stuff on your computer. So when you start a project in Cowork, you'll say like, here's the folder I want you to work in, and it will put a lot of restrictions to make sure the AI can't touch the internet, so the AI can't touch other files in your computer. Now, depending on what kind of person you either find that very reassuring and nice and a great entry point, or you find it incredibly annoying, like is what I do, because it does create hurdles in which you either have to move stuff or you have to open up different pipelines. So if you're one of the people in the audience and you are feeling sort of uncomfortable about it, I would say this is a really good starting point for it, but it creates hurdles that then I'm going to show you how you can get better, okay? This is kind of a nice intermediate version that is using something like Cowork. This is very meta, so you can see the slides inside the slides. This is me working on the slides earlier this week. And what's kind of relevant here, this is VS Code. There are a couple different what are called IDEs that people use. This is an IDE where it's called VS Code, where I'm using Claude Code as one of the tabs here. So Claude Code is inside VS Code. I'm logged in. It's just like as if I was using Cowork over here. I'm able to kind of give it context. It's basically running in my terminal, but it knows what file I'm working on. It interacts with VS Code. And I can tell it things like, hey, in this slide, like update this thing with X, Y, and Z while I'm working on it. I can see what it's doing in the code there. That can be beneficial in part if like you're writing code and you want to use it and you want to see exactly what it's doing and be paying attention. So we talked about verification. This is much closer to verifying what's going on. It's also was nice in this setting because I could let it work on one thing while I worked on something else. Yeah. Yeah, it's exactly, yes. So this sort of this Claude Code session is actually effectively running inside the folder that is the open folder for this. You can see here it's called NBER HF 2026. That folder is, you can open it in VS Code so that it knows it's the root directory for that folder. And yeah, so it has skills in there in the same way that you would for any other one. And so that can be very nice for this reason. And this is also what Cursor, which is another IDE, is kind of even more agent forward than this one. I'm just not a Cursor person, is why I don't use it, but this is a nice way if you want to see this one. What I do is like much more, I guess I'm just like, too much a child of the matrix. Like I really like doing stuff on my command line. I think it's it allows for a lot more flexibility and power. I have, what I do is I run something called Zellage, which is, if you've ever heard of like terminal or tmux, it's just a way of having many sessions open and it keeps it persistent. And then I just have like a bunch of different projects which go across the top, and here's my NBER presentation here. And so I'm running it at the command line. Now the downside of it is I don't see the code changing there, but I'm more like writing emails to my RAs than I am sitting there pair coding. And so you can think of those as different versions of verification of how you're working with a person. Does that make sense to you? All of these are totally fine. I think one of the kind of key things here, is it Jorge? I'm trying to remember who made the joke about this. The idea here is that like I want you to make sure is you do not need to optimize. This is a little bit like some people are like, oh, what should I be doing? Is that this one or this one? And feels a little bit like being like, should you buy an iPhone 17 or an iPhone 18? Like they're both going to be great, like relative to the iPhone 9 or pick the flip phone, the Razr flip phone. They're all going to be kind of good. These all, for the most part, are using the same workflow, and you should be using what's kind of seems the easiest entry point, and you can obviously modulate accordingly as you get across. The other thing about this is like this tech has changed so rapidly, even relative to when they asked me to do this talk. This is part of why I was doing this. I was working on these slides even up to today because you have to make sure nothing changes. Is that like these things have changed a lot. Like a year ago, people talked about like doing prompt engineering, or maybe a year and a half ago. And that is just like not really a meaningful thing. It's actually, I mean, it's interesting to think about how differences in prompt vary things, but if you're doing work, like, and you're really using these models that are kind of doing a lot of thinking, like Fable or Opus 4.8 and so forth, the prompt differences kind of don't lead to tremendously different outcomes if it's just the wording relative. So a good example of this is one of my colleagues. I told her that there were people who are claiming that if you told your AIs that you really loved them before they started working, that they would be more productive. And they thought that was ridiculous. James can probably guess which of the college. They thought that was ridiculous. I won't gender them. And they like ran an experiment to see it. And it like really doesn't matter at all with these ones. You can tell them you're either gonna, like these ideas of like you love them or that you're gonna be, that you're threatening them sort of thing. Those things don't have huge meaningful differences. I think historically there has been some work that has shown that this seems to matter, but A, the measurement of the task, and B, the changes in the models, I think I would just like not overthink it is maybe the kind of simplest thing I would say is you're focused on like what's an interesting research question, not like how should I write my prompt sort of situation. So I think the kind of key thing is would be useful is to try and think about understanding the underlying principles of what's going on. That's what I'm going to talk about. One thing I want to say, and this is, I think, useful for folks who are worried about privacy and data issues as well. I'm not going to get super into this, but you're not beholden to Anthropic and OpenAI. So I think this is like, we all as economists really appreciate how these two companies are trying to kill each other by like competing. It's great for us as consumers. We were getting tremendous consumer surplus. And it has been a boon having them do that. But I would actually want to kind of make aware for you guys is that like, there are a huge range of different models that work for different things. I don't think for like the agentic harness things that any of us are kind of doing such specialized tasks that you want to use something else. But for a lot of tasks, it might be useful to know that like there are a lot of open weight models and other things that are useful to kind of know about that in the future might be just as good as Fable is now. For example, this is the story about Kimi and these other things. What that means is, since remember, agentic AI is just these LLMs inside of a harness, like you can just put the harness on a different model. It doesn't have to be Claude's, like it doesn't have to be a Claude model or something else. The main benefit, and people might be aware of this, is that these models now, like Claude, so Anthropic trains its models on all the data we give it using Claude code. And so many of these models are highly optimized for their harnesses. This is why, for example, Anthropic's model is so good in Claude code. But that aside, it's kind of, you can use many of these different models in different way. And there are these kind of models that work quite well. One thing I just want to, yeah, Tanya. Yeah. Yes, and I think like Ron and I were talking about this a couple of months ago, and there are, but not using, if you are using subscription-based models. So the short answer is most of us who are using these are paying like a per month, maybe 20, maybe 100, maybe $200 a month. the terms of services don't, like, they tell you we can do whatever we want with this kind of situation. If you don't want them to do that, although I think like, unless you're worried about like data use agreements, which is separate and we can talk about that. If you just like don't like Anthropic and you don't want them to use your thing, I think we're like a drop in the bucket, kind of the joke that I have some friends at OpenAI and they're like, they don't care about our regression, like our reg HDFE sort of situation. But what you can do is you can pay on if you pay per token, many of the terms of services specifically mandate that they can't use your data in this way. This is how they get enterprises to be willing to do it. That being said, I wouldn't necessarily trust OpenAI or Anthropic about this. So instead of doing that, there are other providers of these models, like Microsoft runs a server where you can send the data. And Microsoft also says that they won't do it. And then you're maybe one step removed from a company that, stole everybody's proprietary. Yeah. If you use it within this particular, but is that specifically for when you use a Claude Code thing or when you use the chats that get used for the educational one? Okay, but it's the app version, like you have it for that. Okay, so not every school has, like Yale, for example, doesn't have this. We have a different version where there is a specific platform where you can use it, and yeah. So I think it will vary across institutions. The short answer is probably we'll get to a point in which institutions will have it, but it may be kind of non-uniform. If you feel strongly about it, then what you should do is I would pay these API-based tokens to do it. One fact about this that I guess. Yes, right. So let's talk about this. So if you're sending out confidential things, there are two things, and Ron, correct me if I sort of misspeak on this, is that these same ones that protect it, there are ones where you can basically be guaranteed that they're HIPAA, they base, the highest levels, so pick your favorite, walls there. You are paying for it on a per token basis for it. But Microsoft and other providers have versions of this where you could do that. I have not personally used that, but that would be for sending it for like, say you have text, like medical records that you need to classify in some meaningful way.
Getting access to my hard drive.
And
Stuff on there.
you shouldn't be sharing with people. How badly, like, do you keep it on Dropbox? Right. So this is, I'm like, I do the same on a number of things. I think that this is unfortunately, we're like turning into the Ubers and Lyfts of the world of like moving fast and breaking things and this is why some universities, for example, had Box for a long time that was much more secure and were requiring people to put things on there. I think it is a challenge of exactly what is the dimension. I think if you are comfortable keeping these things on Dropbox, many of like the Claude Code kind of is similar level, but I'm not a lawyer and I'm certainly not none of this is legal advice. That would be kind of where my comfort level in terms of risk aversion. Now, but for like DUAs that specifically specify this sort of thing, or HIPAA data where you're just jumping through hoops, there are many ways to kind of deal with this. So I mean, I think this came up in other settings. I talked to some of the folks who do health research and so forth. And the thing is that it is still quite feasible. And there's some folks here who like work with census data. I think I was talking with Cormac earlier. It's like, there are ways to get around these issues. So there are open weight models that are, they're not Fable, but they're quite good. What that would entail, the simplest thing to do is using these types of open weight models. So Kimi put out a model, as a Chinese lab, that put out a model recently that's amazing. So it's like as good as some of the frontier models. The problem with it is you need really big GPUs. So you can't run Kimi. Like none of us can run Kimi. Maybe if we got access to all of the MIT GPUs, you could do it. It's like way too many parameters. Right, so the number of parameters just means like how much memory you need in the GPU. What you can do is that there are a number of really excellent models that you can use, like Qwen, which you can run on local things. And so one thing that we do, and this is a thing that, for example, we could use, say we had private data that we wanted to classify, or even if this would not work as well for this model, just of the way that we set it up to do agentic, but say you want to classify or have things read through, exactly the paper that the Taha and co-authors were presenting is that what we have at SOM is we have an LLM that we're running on top of 2 of the GPUs on our server, where we've put a little API on it that only runs on the network. So you have to be on the Yale network to do it. But it has an API wrapper on top of it that takes queries just like OpenAI. So there's a standard, it's called the OpenAI standard for querying an LLM. And you can just ping it like you would anything else. We all have API keys in the same way. We've set up a thing so that you log in and you develop, like the faculty are able to get access to it. And that is free, effectively. Of course, opportunity costs, yada, yada, but it's free. And then it's also, that doesn't go anywhere. So to this point about it going somewhere, it's not Claude code, but it's totally private and it just stays within the Yale network. So I think that is just like one thing that I want people to keep in mind. This isn't going to be like perfect in the sense of it doesn't solve the issue of really like to run Claude code. I think the best solution would be something like what Steve is talking about. You have to just find some kind of agreement where there's a pipeline that is very hardened and secure. But say the census for the RDC or something else, there is a world where on those networks, enough hundreds of thousands of dollars get spent to have a GPU where there's some amount of working with an LLM there that can see the data so that you can work with it. I don't know if that's like the cheapest solution to all the problems at the RDC right now, but like that's one possible way. So this is like, I think given the state of open weight models, which is the open source version of these, many of these issues about data privacy are solvable, I think, especially with some kind of fixed cost investment, especially at the university level. Does that make sense? We just need like lots of people with hundreds of thousands of dollars to donate to us. Okay, so yeah, Sasha.
Especially when it comes to things like MCPs. To me, like that seems like that creates a surface for prompt injection attacks. And then also the browser tools. Like I can imagine if I let Claude run wild in the browser, someone malicious actor sends me an email and then like Claude forwards like my bank account to
Totally.
authentication code. So I'd just love to get your thoughts on MCPs in particular and just other security advice.
Yeah, so I'll talk a little bit about security. So I've a good example. It's funny in that like I'm very AI forward, but I actually don't use a lot of like what are called like claw agents, which is like my own kind of persistent agent that's doing stuff and collating I do a little bit. I have a guy named Duncan Idaho that lives on my phone, but I'm not a total heathen. But I actually am very uncomfortable because I'm totally I'm very scatterbrained and I sort of worry that some kind of thing like that in the background. So I don't give it much access to anything super private. I think MCPs is I think like any API surface is kind of a concern for this. I think the short answer is that like this is a concern. Like I would say like the models seem to be quite good at it, but there are certainly examples where prompt injection for like there's some great examples on the web of being able to get names and where they're from and so forth. And these things are vulnerable to this. I don't think for the purposes of research per se, like that we're hugely vulnerable to it, but as like a broad, like members of society thing, I think it's a huge problem that is like the story of how people have been saying it is now the cost of defense is much, much higher than the cost of offense in the world of cybersecurity. And so I think this is like a big issue. I'm not a cybersecurity expert, but from a research standpoint, I don't think any of this is a big deal because we're like all just futzing around trying to like munge our data sets and write regressions. But from a broader standpoint, it's a concern. I do think that actually this does come up in terms of skills. When we come back to skills, I'm like a little less bullish on kind of like getting skills from left, right, and center, in part because kind of just have to, it's just like installing something from a random place and maybe like why, like if it's a random person that without a lot of verification, maybe that there are people who are trying to deal with this, but it's just something to keep in mind for that. MCPs, I guess if it's a trusted MCP, then I sort of worry less, but that's my long answer. Okay, so let me start. So let me kind of give you a couple of these mantras before we get into the workflow thing. So one thing to keep in mind is when you do an LLM, and I'm saying this, so here's why I'm saying this. If this is something that's super obvious to you, I want you to see this because I'm coming from the mindset of I have seen people who I respect tremendously who have just one extraordinarily long Claude chat session where they do everything in that chat session. And then they get frustrated when like that doesn't move over to the next one and they're like, oh, I'm going to lose everything. So this is the premise where we're starting from. I know that some people believe this and some people don't, or maybe some people are like, well, why would I do anything different? And that's where we're going to get to of like why this makes sense. What you should think about is that your AI, anytime you use it, it springs into the world brand new. This is kind of the joke about this, is that like they're always like brand new 6-year-olds in their reaction to things. Like the overreaction when you do something, you're like, that was wrong. And it's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. And you're like, dude, it was just like the formatting of this slide. It's not a big deal. Like it has no sense of the context in which it should be reacting one way or the other. So what's happening, remember, when you do this is that you're going through a context window. And there's all this hidden stuff that you didn't see. There's stuff that you said, there's tool calls, it's just a big buildup of lots of text. And when it's doing this, remember that this is a kind of an autoregressive prediction, right? In the sense that it's looking at the context before, the text before, and predicting what should happen next, like in an incredible way, but that's technically speaking what it's doing. As you get bigger and bigger, it's just a larger chunk that's going into the model. It's more tokens that need to be read for the inference engine. And so when you see people talking about the cost per token of inference, part of what they're talking about is if you have big sessions, you're loading that. And you know, now when you load Claude Code and you haven't been on there for a while, it's like, hey, you should think about a new session because this is going to cost a lot of tokens. And then we all ignore it and we just keep going. That is because it has this old stale version of it that it's loading in. And the reason it only says that after you've not been there for a while, just to get into the weeds of it, is that if you think about it, these are all basically huge linear algebra problems that it's doing. Well, when you've been doing a prompt for a while, it keeps the old stuff cached. And so it doesn't have to do a lot of calculations for most of the stuff that's there, and it will keep it for you for a while because it knows you're working, and it will be cheaper to kind of keep that in memory. But if you don't work on it for 10 minutes, it throws that aside because it says, okay, I don't need to keep this anymore. And so when you come back, you're kind of causing a much larger relative cost in what's going on. So anyway, one way to think about what's going on is this is a very like, you know, this is not a true formula, but it's one way to think about it, is that like how well your AI is doing is kind of a function of how correct, like how precise your statements are. It's similar to writing emails to, all right, Jonathan and I were talking about this, like the more precise you are in an email, the less likely it's going to do, that someone's going to do something poorly. And that's like very strong, that's a very strong predictor of it. And kind of how completely you enumerate the task space of what it needs to do. So both of those are very important. And it's scaled by kind of the bigger the context window gets, kind of that erodes the performance. And in some ways you can kind of think about why that's the case, right? It's like you're being super precise here, but then the model is still getting all this stuff up here before that's kind of contaminating the model space of what's going on. And so as you get closer and closer to the end of the context window, the performance worsens. And so really what's happening, right, is every new task and prediction adds to the context for future requests, okay? So, you know, that's what you're doing. You're sequencing over and over. So what's better to do is to have in mind this idea of intentionally compacting. So it used to be that people just kind of it like auto compacted for you. But a better way to think about it is like you work in stages and you compact purposefully. So first you have a stage in which you're planning and thinking about something, you have an idea. You've done the research on something. You then say, hey, write this research text file of everything we've talked about. That's what compaction basically does. Write a summary. Then you start a new session and you say, hey, you should read this document that I was just working on. It will read that. It gets all the relevant context of what it is. You can even, when you tell it to write that down, you can say, hey, I'm going to read you later. Like, make sure that your LLM buddy who's going to be born soon, like, understands what's going on. Like, this is the goal. And then it will read that and it will keep going. And then you'll build a plan, and then you'll have a plan and you'll say, okay, write that plan to text. And then you'll have the plan and you'll start a new one, and so on and so forth. So that's one way to think about like what you're trying to do, is that you're trying to basically, it's nice to have a big context and to kind of keep everything there and not have to start something new and not lose anything. But it's also sometimes good to write things down and kind of start afresh. And I like hesitate to anthropomorphize too much, but obviously for many of us, this is a similar thing, right? Eventually you have a stopping point. You write things down, you take notes on what you've done, and you start anew the next day, or you put it aside for a week. This was true a year ago, what we talked about. Now I think there's a more sophisticated understanding of trying to think about how you store this contextual information. So the one that Claude and Anthropic have really pushed with, so like if you think about your Claude MD file, which is something Anthropic pushes, actually James in his discussion was talking about, right, how like ChatGPT and Claude have all this knowledge of you. And that's because on the chat, it has in the background, it's keeping a memory file about you. that it's keeping track of. And that's why it knows that, because it injects that at the beginning of every chat that it does, things about you, or things that you've told it to keep track of. So memory files are one way to keep track of things. That's like, I want you to use R instead of Python, or I want you to, always talk about load-bearing problems in a different way. So stuff like that. Then there are other ways, there are plans, like what we just talked about. Claude loves writing down pieces of text to a markdown file. That's an easy way to keep track of stuff. But then what's really kind of, I think, a much more clear and sophisticated way to keep track of stuff is using things like Git and GitHub to kind of keep a purposeful memory of what's going on in here. So how many people here prior to 2 years ago used Git? Right, so, okay, wow, that was so this is way more than I would have expected. I used it enough that I could raise my hand, but not enough that it was really on any good projects, and I was really not religious about it. To, I think, my detriment. I've had so many projects where it has really hurt me not having a backup history. If you're not familiar with it, we're just not going to go over what it means as a thing. But think of it as, you know how Dropbox, it's nice because it has it backed up and it keeps some history and you can go look if your co-author went and deleted something by accident. Think that, but much better and with a huge amount more information of what's going on. And so, this is a way in which this thing will keep track and keep a database of everything you've been doing coding and writing wise in history. So these are kind of 3 ways to store context. A 4th one that is really useful for us as empiricists, theorists, I don't think you have to worry about this, but it's certainly useful for empiricists, especially when you work with big data sets, is that structured databases. So for those in the Fed system, if you work with radar, that's a great aspect. You have these huge databases that are in structured formats. Structured database just means that it's a relational database, so things connect to one another. LLMs have a very good understanding of what that means for things to be connected, how things are set out. It gives a lot of metadata that is kind of like context, right? All the Fed researchers have used this data enough that all the context is in their mind, they have it compressed. But when you provide new data to an LLM, having it in a structured database gives it a really easy way to understand how the data is structured. Okay, so really kind of the idea here is to think of this as a way of storing information. Yeah. Yeah, I'm saying now when we start doing work with, so say you got a bunch of new data that you've got, I would say that often the best way now to work with it, rather than saying save this as a CSV, do this production and save as a CSV file, I think what you should aim for is something in which you say, look, take this data and structure it into a clean structured database so it's something called DuckDB is what I would encourage, but it can be anything such that it has a much clearer sense of the relationships of what's going on there. I'll talk some more about it in a second. But yes, I think telling it you'd like to use structured databases to keep track of your data is a really powerful way to do it because it will structure a lot of context. Skills really quickly, we talked about this. Probably everyone if you're on LinkedIn, you've heard somebody talking about a skill that they've written. A skill is a reusable instruction bundle for a repeated workflow. Is really the way, it's just a bunch of text, okay? These skill.md files, they're just a bunch of text that get jammed into a context window. Now that is not a bad thing, but it's not any more special than you every time writing out something of how to do something. I think one way to think about this is they are a way that the agent should think about something. So there are ways one of the ways that they try to motivate this is the idea of saying when you look at this, you should be thinking X, Y, and Z. Just because these models have such high dimensional spaces, you're trying to activate certain ideas. One really great skill that I want to emphasize, you can view this. This will not do a prompt injection attack, I don't think, Sasha. Consider my reputation on the line. Is this skill here, it's strategic revision. I'm going to put this online so you'll see it. It's called strategic revision. And what it does is it takes your submission, editor letter, and referee reports and converts them into action items in a workflow of how you should approach doing things. So what it tries to do is a workflow where it does an atomic parsing. It classifies each of these in terms of the type of task that it is. It builds a dependency mapping between the tasks, what do you need to do first? It then makes a DAG. So if you don't know what a DAG is, it's just a directed acyclic graph. So it's just saying this goes to this goes to this, and it just makes sure that there's no cycles. So it's let's make sure that you start at A and you eventually get to Z, and you don't circle around. And then it does some, like, it figures out what are the most critical things and so forth. And I found this really nice. I get like a lot of anxiety when I get an R&R because you're just like, oh my God, there's so much to do, depending on how many reports you get. This is sort of, we'll take this, it will build out this structured sense of what to do. The way that it does it though is like, this is the text in it. There's one script in it because it has to do this directed acyclic graph, but all it's doing is it says, analyze these peer review reports in this manuscript to make a rigorous strategic revision master plan. Adopt the perspective of a distinguished professor and a former associate editor with 25 plus years of editorial experience. So, not me. Be methodically obsessed with efficiency, blah, 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 blah. And it will do 6 mandatory phases. Here are the phases. And then it keeps going. So it's long. Like, these skills are long. No, I wish, but no, this is, I'm blanking on his name, but the GitHub page for it is here. He's an accounting professor. It's very nice. And by the way, you don't have to write this by hand. So like one thing, we're not going to keep going. Like often when you write a skill, you're going to iterate with an LLM on how to build out a skill. Like you'll say like, look, we want to do this. It will start to write it down. You'll say, okay, but it needs to be doing X, Y, and Z. These models know really well how they should talk to themselves. This is a version of having an LLM tell you how to write for an LLM. So I don't think he typed it out himself, but the idea is certainly from him. I really think this is great. What's really nice about this too in particular is that it then gives you a task list, which we were talking about Git and GitHub, which I'm really struggling time-wise, but these Git and GitHub issues is that these tasks can then be embedded onto GitHub so that then you have like issues that you'll then tell your LLM to go look at. Okay, so kind of maxim number 1 is that context needs to be stored. You need to have a way to think about memory. You can think about Claude MD files, you can think about skills, structured databases instead of flat files, or Git history and GitHub issues, okay? Here is the second maxim that I want you to worry about, which is this issue of costly verification, basically. So the issue now that I think I want you to keep in mind is that it is a lot easier to do stuff. Like I'll show you some graphs very briefly. It's like you can just generate oodles of figures and tables and regressions and pictures, but obviously you have no sense of like what's real, what's not, what's like you haven't spent any of the cost verifying. Keeping track of that verification debt is extremely important. And the more that you delegate, like the more that you're just like go nuts, the faster that will build. So in terms of permissions, this has kind of been an implicit thing that we've talked about how much permission you give to an agent. So when you're doing something manually, this is like how we all started with Claude Code, is it's thinking for a bit and then it says, I'd like to do X. Can I do X? And you say yes, no, or always allow. And you say yes. And then it goes to the next one and you have to say yes, no, or always allow. The joke there when this first started was basically everyone basically instead got a little thing that just goes like this and hits enter every time so that it will say yes. The next mode that kind of shipped with these, but it was not the default because people were worried about issues of safety, is what Codex calls YOLO mode, for you only live once. And Claude, in very anthropic fashion, calls dangerously skip permissions. And what that does is it doesn't ask for approval on anything. It will just go to town. There is now a mode called auto mode, which has been released in the past couple of months, which is quite nice, which it's very close to YOLO mode, but what it will do is it basically has an AI agent sitting on top of it that looks at commands and will flag if something seems dangerous based off of what you've suggested and what it in its historical data, right? Anthropic sees all the times in which we interrupt people. And so it knows what are things in which people are like, hey, don't do that. Don't remove all my files and my thing. Like, don't email all my like private stuff to people, sort of situation. So I use auto mode in Claude Code. I have not had any issues, but as a consequence of using auto mode is I build up a lot of verification debt. I think if you use this is quite good if you're kind of like working right in line and you will not build up as much verification debt if you're doing this, if you're saying yes and looking at what it's writing. If you're just hitting yes, then of course you'll build it up. Quick aside, I'm sorry, I'm doing really poorly on time. Should you freak out about permissions? So this was like a story that was like somebody posted on Twitter about like an AI agent just destroyed our production data. It confessed in writing. A 30-hour timeline about how Cursor's agent, Railways API, and an industry that markets AI safety faster than it ships took down a small business. So, sorry about the language here. I should have. So when Crane pressed the AI agent for an explanation, so what happened is basically it deleted this cursor agent deleted a database and it didn't have a backup. And it was like a huge issue for them. And it violated rules in the Claude MD file that say never effing guess and never run destructive, irreversible Git commands like push, force, hard reset unless the user explicitly requests them. This is a very important cautionary thing, that suggestions in text are just suggestions, right? Or even commands in text are just suggestions, because it's a stochastic generative text algorithm that's doing this. All things that are just in the text of the LLM are just suggestions in the end. And then this is I violated every principle I was given. I guessed instead of verifying. I ran a destructive action. I will now commit seppuku. So I think the response I remember when this happened is people are like, "This is hilarious." Also, this guy is an idiot. It's both a scathing indictment of AI and also 100% this guy's fault. He had no backups and he kind of wasn't monitoring it. I think the key point here is that I don't think this is a huge issue for us, but it could very easily happen if you have data stored somewhere that you let your agent go to and to research thing. If that's the only copy, I would be worried about this. Now, auto mode is very good about this, like RMRF commands, which is like remove and forcefully remove, will get picked up by Claude code in auto mode. I certainly have had that experience, even though when it wasn't a big deal. So I think auto mode will alleviate some of these concerns, but it's definitely, it is something to think about. There are very few public examples of this. I would say that I wouldn't worry about this in our settings as long as you have a backup of kind of the main data and you could regenerate stuff and you have a way that your code is stored, you should be fine. Git and GitHub is a really great way in terms of backing up your code. Really important. And pushing it to GitHub is a way to protect it from your agent destroying things because you can protect your branches there. That being said, AI is more than happy to just rifle through every file on your computer. I've looked up, I've told it to do something and it has been I've looked up and it's just looking through every file in my Dropbox for something related to a permission where I have my tax returns and it's just reading through all this stuff. And I'm like, why are you doing that? And it was oh, I was trying to find this, but this command didn't work. So I just started looking. And they're very objective, there's no aspect. So I think if you're vague, it will more than happily look at stuff because looking at things is kind of very hard to have a caveat of what it should be. You have to very much specify where it can work if you're doing that. If you're still concerned about this, there's two things. One, there was co-work. The default mode will really prevent this from happening because you're in a sandbox where it has trouble getting access to other stuff. Second, there are other wrappers that you can use around Claude Code and other things that are linked here called Agent Safehouse and so forth. Yeah, Brittany. Yeah. Yeah. I would make a copy of the raw data and keep it on, yeah, like a backup. Same thing that you would do. Yeah. Yeah. If you have it on the server, often in many places, probably at WSU, but I think at SOMIT, they SOM, they definitely have a server where the stuff is backed up on tapes, worst case, they do keep backups. I mean, they tell me they keep backups. But even on a hard drive thing, right? There are ways of keeping copies in places offline. That would be, I mean, again, this is not experience this. I'm more trying to, we all have different risk aversion parameters. I'm not worried about it deleting all my data, but that would suck in many of these settings. And so if this is something that you're worried about, then I would consider it. So verification debt is a big deal, right? So I just want to say this. I think everybody here knows this, but I just want to make sure we're on the right side of history, right? In the end, all the decisions you're making are your decisions. The same as having an RA. You don't get to have the RA screw something up and then be like, oh, well, it wasn't me in my published JF paper. It was my RA. And you're like, well, that's not really how it works. Then why aren't they a co-author? So you're the principal, right? It's a principal agent problem, pun intended. And the challenge here is you don't have a way to control their incentives. And so monitoring becomes a much bigger deal. So this is famously from a 1979 IBM manual where they said a computer can never be held accountable, therefore a computer must never make a management decision, should never make a research decision. Okay, so I think the big thing here is to delegate the most to LLMs in verifiable areas and work side by side with AI when verification cost is high, or try to think about ways to alleviate the verification costs. So those are the sorts of things like well-defined outputs that can be cross-checked, things that you have great intuition for, easily simulated or verified settings. I had some people ask me about if I was using AI for slides, and it's like, when you're writing slides, the problem is like I would say it does not do a great job of like distilling ideas sharply, which is kind of what we're most competent at. It's great at making little pictures of robots for that. Okay, so this is just, I'm running short on time, so this is just a way of saying, okay, so how can we like build better habits to kind of do this? So create virtuous loops for yourself. So like we want to make good notes and good documentation. How can you kind of create context to have better loops for yourself? So habit one is make a plan for yourself. So I think people are familiar with this. Like there's an idea of plan mode in Claude Code. You should make a plan before you start doing things. That helps you generate a prompt that is more effective. So here, this is from today. We're going to work together on outlining these slides for this. Let's build a structured plan of what the goal here. I'll be giving a 75 blah, 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 blah. I want to assume a wide range of this. So I make this plan from a workflow standpoint. I want you to do this. I want you to do this. Please grill me on anything that's unclear. So one really useful skill is this thing called grill me, which is that often AI is like, oh, I'm ready to go. They're like the golden retriever that you have on leash that wants to go get the ball. And instead you're like, okay, first let's talk through what you're gonna do. Like maybe some of this isn't clear. It's like kind of an RA who's maybe like a little scared of you and just wants to get out of the meeting so that they can go try and work. You say, do you have any questions? Like you should ask me anything that's unclear. And this is just a skill that if you Google grill me, you'll find it immediately. So an example here is it did like 15 questions on how to build out this outline. For the opening poll, what tool do you want to use and what do you actually want to ask? I was like, I want to do a poll at the beginning to find out what people's things are. I didn't know anything about these Cloudflare things. And I was like, the boring, reliable options are Mentimeter or Slido, free tiers for 2 to 3 questions, blah, blah, blah. But it's a better option. Let's have Claude Code write this. And I was like, that sounds great. Let's do it. And so, this was a thing where it was like, what do you want to do? Here, I'll give you 3 options. And so, or like, let's talk about it more. And I said this, and I think the more that you iterate with this is a way of having it talk through in a meeting, kind of forcing it to kind of change from its behavior where like, I want to do the best I can based off what it is, and instead grill you make a plan, and then you start a new process. Second habit is staging the context deliberately. So what I would do to the extent, now this is a very contrived example because I'd already kind of done the work for this, so please don't pretend. I do not want you guys to think that I'm like incredibly good at staging everything before I start my project. But an idea is like when you start a project, you should put the things in there that are useful context before you load it up. So maybe if you have a paper that you're building on or you have other ideas, you should like get the PDFs and load them into there and say, hey, there's a literature folder with X, Y, and Z you can look at. Maybe some notes about the data or the data dictionary so that I can look at it, things like that. And then you can tell it that there's notes in this context folder that you can look at for what you need to do when you're doing this. The data dictionary and API nodes or things like that. And those are obviously persistent across projects. Habit 3 is thinking about verification infrastructure. So this is this Git plus GitHub. So I know some people are familiar, some are not. I don't have enough time to kind of like walk through everything. But GitHub is a website that I'll show you in just a second, where Git is the software that basically through using hashing, it keeps track of differences between files. And that's very useful because it means it has very compressed ways of keeping track of all changes across things. That's kind of the underlying code. And then GitHub and other platforms are software engineering platforms that have Git. So like there are ways that you can push your Git code and so forth to the platform, but then they have all this other great stuff that goes with it. And so the big one is, so these are what's really good about the commits or this Git process is that every time you put something in there, you put a message about what's going on as well. And the AI puts way better messages than humans. So if you look at stuff from 10 years ago, for any person who's not a software engineer, it's things like test, blah, I fixed it, all done, like here we go. Like it's totally, the whole joke about these messages is that it's like, version 2 _ like final copy. We're not good in the moment. We're like highly present bias. So we're like, oh, it's fine, whatever. And then our future self is like, what did you do? Why don't I have a better message? The LLMs don't have any of that. It's like a big part if you become a software engineer is they inculcate these types of behaviors. So here is an example with me and Claude. It was very nice of Claude to let me be on here as well. You can see it was me and Claude, mainly Claude, doing all these commits. And it had messages like initial outline, gate check results, adopt all public data, restructure, blah, 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 blah. So this is a nice thing about this. What's good about this, in addition to not just having the Git, is that you also have you can use GitHub's issues. So issues would be more things about bugs and errors and feature requests. But for research, you can, this is from a different project, so this is not from this, you can say things like, here's a bunch of issues that we brought up. I'm working on this project in corporate finance, and here's all these things that we have to keep track of, and we can keep track of information. What's nice is that that's basically this great external folder that all my co-authors can look at. I can look at on my phone or somewhere else. I don't have to be on the computer that's working. And I can even like have exhibits and other things that are embedded in the issues. And so like for this project, I can just be like, okay, we'll post that new figure to this issue so that we can all look at it and we can kind of build up. And all of that stuff is a long kind of written down memory of what's been going on, so that in the future you can tell your AI, you say, hey, go look at this issue. We want to kind of adopt this. And it all cross-references the code that uses that in particular. They're linked to different commits. Did you have a question? Yeah. No, it like really just, these things are like software engineers like stuck in a little bottle. Yeah, no, you tell it. So on the command line, which is how I do it, I tell it to use Git. I'm like a little bit precise because I say use GH, which is the command line interface for GitHub, and I have it set up on my command line. So I know for some people that would be new, but that's like a one-time cost you'd pay. And then other ways you say, hey, there's this GitHub. I want you to go on GitHub, use GH to look at these issues, and it knows exactly what you're talking about. And this is very standard nomenclature for software engineers, which is just like a huge amount of what this stuff is coded on in the back end. We're basically appropriating things from software engineers for the purposes of research in this context. And what's just good about this is it just keeps a huge amount of history for you. So this thing about this is like all the code and results and like issues and things you want to do in the future, you can keep it all there. The last thing is that you can think about structuring data for agents. I already mentioned this, but this idea that you could try to put structured data, it can be really useful. So I only have like 4 minutes. I'm sorry that I'm not going to finish everything. Let me kind of show you an example. I think everybody's aware of like how great it is. But on Monday, I was like, okay, I need to have an empirical example that's in household finance because there's been an hour and there's been no household finance. Sorry. So here's DeFusco and Paciorek. In 2017, they were using they were using DataQuick and a bunch of other things from the 2010s. They were studying the conforming jumbo loan limit spread. This on the left is the jump in interest rates in 2006. And then this is the bunching of loan originations at that cutoff. And this is pooled across this. This is just in 2006. So the point, if you're not familiar with this market, right, is that there's basically a notch because it's a very different market. And so they face different prices. And so you get bunching just based on like classic PF bunching literature. Well, so you can say Humda now has amazing data. And so I said, hey, go look at the data, get the 2017 to the 2004 data, use the public API, pull it all down, and let's make some figures that look like this paper. And it very happily for 15 minutes worked at, or 20 minutes worked at this, and then it did it. And there's basically were no errors. Now, there's some small differences. Like you might be like, why are there so few jumbo loans? And so I was like, why are there no jumbos? I know that there's lots of jumbos. And it's like, what it said is, oh, you're right. Well, I wanted to follow this paper, and those are all the high cost areas. So the places that do jumbo loans that are big, those are the places where the limit now the conforming loan limit has changed dramatically. They're doubled or triple what they are. It's like the Californias, the Seattles, and so forth. So they're not in there. And so I made it do other stuff and so forth. So knowledge, that's an example of verification where if I knew nothing about this market, I'd come here and people would be like, why are there no jumbo loans? And I would say, I don't know. So then, I'm not going to show you all the code for it, but so you can see that, we can do it year by year. There's this really amazing jump that kind of follows exactly what they do in their paper. I'm not showing anything that they don't know, but this kind of continues in this period. It follows the notch. Now, what's interesting is that basically the price notch has changed dramatically over this period. If anything, it's inverted. the jumbo conforming has changed over time, but the bunching hasn't changed at all. So there's this very interesting, like, depending on how excited you are about mortgages, there's this very interesting inversion between price while quantity has kind of stayed the same. So an example, like kind of to show you this, is that what you can do is you can say, all right, using the method from DeFusco et al., you could calculate the amount of bunching that's here. And so basically the punchline of how it works is you need a density, that's what this black line is, and you figure out that's the counterfactual, and then you see the bunching, and that mass is what you're calculating. This is stuff that like Clevin and others have done, and you can say, oh, well, it's really big. It's like 5x in this one, and it follows every year. It's like this. In 2018, it was 3x. 2020, it was 5x, etc. It's not even just, and it's everywhere. So I actually had to do it for the other conforming loan limits, and it's true even in the places like California. And you say, oh, well, that's interesting. But unlike in 2007, where there was always this like big price effect. So it used to be, right, that the loan rate, it was cheaper to have a GSE loan. It's actually changed quite a bit here. Like in 2003, it was actually cheap, like the kind of the price effect flipped relative to the other periods. So that's kind of an interesting fact. And anyway, there are a number of things that like once you had that, you could ask the question of like, oh, well, what's going on? Like, or do approval odds change? So it turns out it's much harder to get a loan on the left-hand side than on the right-hand side. So the people who are applying on the right-hand side of the market have a much higher likelihood of being approved in this period, although it actually fell during this 2021 and 2022 period. And you can look at the reasons that this happened. So this is all just things that like, I didn't spend all my week doing this presentation, but I did a lot of my week doing this presentation. It took like a few hours in which I could think about this. There's some interesting aspects in which you can basically say, look, there's this missing mass. What are the reasons for it? Like, why is the price of, it's not exclusively driven by the price effect. And it turns out, I'm not gonna have time to talk about this, is that you can point to it really being that there's tremendous differences in your underwriting ability to get a loan there, which are effectively as if a pricing effect. Like the people who can get loans on one side look very different than the people who can get loans on the other side. So I don't have time, but let me kind of finish with the following statement. So why did I do this? The reason I was sort of telling you this is that this execution cost is really, really low. I said this, I am certain it was not this fast for DeFusco. DeFusco is a great coder, but it was not this fast for the two of them to do this project. So it's much faster for me to do it, but part of the reason that it was easy is the verification costs are basically zero because I kind of know what this all looks like, and it's more or less replicating what's there, and I have a tremendous familiarity with the setting. In settings where you have a lot of stuff like this, I think kind of the key thing is now you can do more interesting stuff. You don't just have to do the data cleaning. I do applied econometrics, so of course I have to be like, hey, you could keep up on all the cool econometrics tools that are there. So one of the big things in the bunching literature is that there's this point that often people are using parametric models to estimate what the bunching is, but that requires very strong parametric assumptions. And so Blomquist et al. Have an econometrica where they say, well, what if we just impose a monotonicity condition? Can we do partial identification? I don't think anyone here wants to do partial identification for this particular exercise, but it's a nice thing that if you wanted to expand the paper and see like what assumptions do you need versus not, it's very easy to have AI implement this. This was like 10 seconds. So I'm not gonna kind of keep you guys any longer. Point of this is relatively cheap to do. It was easy because you're following pre-existing work. I think what it does is it just expands the set of things you can talk about. I'm basically out of time, so if you're interested in kind of looking at the last things, you can take a look at all the stuff on here, and I'll try to put up some more later. But thanks a lot for having me and for all the attention. Yeah, you're welcome. Sorry that there was not as much household finance. Oh, yeah, I think he's just here. I'll just show you that. You want to come over here and I'll just show you one? I think he was just putting.
I won't scan the rest of your hard drive.
Yeah.
Making their reports.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
My second question is following up on that's every time I.
Yeah.
Just tell us you're overwhelmed.
Yeah, like, don't even worry about it. It'll do like, it's just basically saving in its own special way.
Okay.
And there's a few best practices.
I don't need to know, okay.
I don't think anything to worry about.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, for last session, lightning round, last session, and, so we have 13-minute presentation and 9-minute discussion, right? Okay, now Toulouse has presented, all your.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here, and thanks for organizer to put our paper in the program. So I'm excited. It's my first presentation at this summer institute. So this is a joint work with Alex Popov, who is with ECB. And the paper studies whether housing wealth shocks in the US translated into child educational outcomes. So what we do, we link local housing wealth declines, parental balance sheets, and child college outcomes. And also we study mechanisms. So we're interested whether changes in child education is driven by collateral constraint or overall housing wealth effect. Okay, and the motivation for this paper is actually is aggregate, trends in college attendance in the US. So here I plot evolution of college attendance among 18 and 19 years old over the past few decades. And so you can see that over previous decades, college attendance was rising. Then it flattened, and then it actually even started to decline around the period of global financial crisis. So this is the period between the two dashed lines, housing bust or global financial crisis, and so we are interested in whether housing bust itself and decline in housing prices has something to explain this flattening of the college attendance rate. And another kind of motivating graph is when we decompose the line I was just showing you on the previous slide into college enrollment rate among children of homeowners in red versus renters in dashed black. So we can see that during the financial crisis and housing bust, children of renters reacted in much more countercyclical way in response to the housing price decline relative to children of homeowners. What I mean by that is that during this period, during the financial crisis, and there was a recession, so the labor market was weak, so the opportunity cost of college declined. So you didn't have just jobs, easy jobs around, low-skilled jobs. So it was relatively attractive to go to college, to school. But for some reason, homeowners didn't do it at the same rate as renters did. So we are interested in whether decline in parental housing wealth has something to do with this muted countercyclical response of children of homeowners relative to renters. And you can already start, asking whether renters serve as a good counterfactual to homeowners. Of course, they are different, and they have lower resources to begin with. I mean, renters. So it could be that children of renters just rely on different arrangements to go to college. Like think about, they select to more affordable schools. Maybe they could live with parents or they work while studying, whereas children of homeowners, they rely more on parental wealth. So this is kind of the hypothesis. So what we are doing in the paper, we relate this gap between red and dashed blue line, dashed black line to local housing price change. So kind of trying to understand whether this change in this gap has something to do with the local housing price growth. Okay, so now with that said, let me jump to questions. So we're interested in this housing wealth effects on education, and we are asking whether this the housing human capital of homeowners' children was kind of scared or was like permanently lower than the human capital of children of renters. So we call it scaring effect of the housing bust. And we also study whether this has something to do with either collateral constraint or like some, more poor or more levered homeowners being more responsive to housing bust relative to more rich and less constrained, or whether it has something to do with just broad wealth channel, like, your wealth is in decline and you decrease college enrollment of your children along the whole distribution of housing wealth, okay? Now, previous work already showed that exogenous increase in parental home equity or parental home wealth, okay, so positive shock to home equity increases college enrollment. And the mechanism was not really studied in those papers. It was mostly like indirect, and it was shown that it looks like it's collateral credit based. So we are trying to revisit this, doing a bit more tests. So what we do, so using a public household survey data set, which is ACS, American Community Survey, and this data set is nice because it will link parental ownership status and balance sheets with child college enrollment, and we also use this data to reconstruct certain balance sheet characteristics. I will show you during the presentation. So it's not there in the data, but we try to reconstruct using the minimum set of assumptions like the level of debt of those parents, LTV, etc. Okay, to look at the heterogeneity. And what we find is that, well, we were talking a lot this morning about consumption response to income shocks. Okay, so MP, marginal propensity consume out of income shocks. So here in this paper, we study kind of educational response to housing wealth shocks, but there is literature on consumption response to housing wealth shocks. And there, this marginal propensity consume out of wealth shocks, normally people find that those constrained people are those who actually super reactive to housing wealth shocks. But in education, in this paper, we find that that's not the case. So we don't see these constrained homeowners reacting in terms of education more than unconstrained. Okay, so we relate ourselves to this consumption out of housing wealth literature. And we find this persistent human capital scaring. Okay, now let me jump directly to the, to the baseline strategy and what we do. So as I said, we use American Community Survey for the housing bust period. We estimate the following specification as the baseline, as starting. And we focus on the sample of kids who are 18 and 19 years old with high school completed. We relate their college enrollment status to local housing price growth, so HPI, relative to the peak, okay, which is 2006. And we interact this with parental homeownership status. We use child demographics and different family characteristics as controls. And importantly, we saturate model with fixed effects. And the important one is the geography time fixed effects. So we use census geography, which is PUMA. It's kind of like a county. These fixed effects, they absorb, local opportunity costs and also local credit shocks differences. So our formal assumption is that conditional on fixed effects and controls, any remaining differences in college enrollment changes to housing bust, they are orthogonal to the differences in so that's what we have. And so let me now jump to the main specification estimates. And here we have our preferred model in which we have PUMA year fixed effects. And it absorbs the parts of the product, and our preferred estimate is actually 0.086. It tells us that in areas with more negative housing price decline, children of homeowners, they have a muted response to housing bust in terms of the college enrollment. Meaning that, well, relative to renters, they have less countercyclical dynamics. So more negative housing price growth, the coefficient in HPI itself is negative, so people of renters go to school more, but that positive coefficient tells us that this countercyclical effect is smaller for homeowners. Okay, and we do a bunch of robustness checks in the paper, so we check whether the composition has changed during the housing bust. We do matching on observables between homeowners and renters because they are different. And also we rule out the fact that employment probability can differ between two groups. So it is not. And also we have a bit of the student loan exploration, but very using a very short sample. Okay, so we don't see a different take of student loans between these two groups in response to housing bust. Okay, so now let me go a bit into the testing part, kind of. So you can wonder why this happens and whether more constrained homeowners respond more relative to less constrained homeowners. So the first test is to split actually homeowners into outright homeowners and renters and see how this coefficient differs. And that's the left-hand side graph. So we see essentially no real differences. So they're mortgagers, people with a mortgage who kind of will lose in response to the same housing price decline more. They are not more muted relative to outright homeowners. And in terms of income heterogeneity, we see the same. So below above median, no statistical significant differences. Now, let me zoom into the mortgagers part and introduce I think one of the interesting part of the paper. So this is the part in which we try to reconstruct those balance sheet characteristics. As I said, so we use publicly available data set, which is ACS, American Community Survey, and interestingly, it was previously overlooked by housing finance people. I think, at least I am not aware of papers. So, but there we have information on house value, monthly mortgage payment, housing tenure, and whether people extract it or not. So we use, very simple assumption that, well, people have one mortgage only, they didn't refinance, they have 30-year FRM, and the value of the house grew at the rate of zero housing price growth, and that allows us to reconstruct home equity for each and every family. So we built mortgage debt just using, a really simple annuity formula that your current mortgage debt is the present value of future mortgage payments. And then, so now coming back, why do we want to do it is because if credit conditions matter, right, then restricted mortgagers with high LTV, okay, higher leverage, those who are more recent homeowners and have higher debt service payments relative to income should respond more in a more muted way. Okay, so their countercyclical response should be even more muted. So this is the test we are running now, and focus on so the specification is completely the same, but now we, instead of all homeowners, we only compare mortgagers versus renters and focus on blue intervals only. So we don't find any differences in terms of LTV. Even the opposite, actually, people with high LTV, they have a bit, sorry, I think I'm pointing to the wrong side. So people, yes, people with high LTV have less muted response, yeah, not in fourth quartile, always low LTV ratio. So that's kind of, it goes in the opposite way towards our prediction. Also the recent movers, if you're worried that, well, what we are doing is just, we are applying random formulas, so we have more hard measures of kind of leverage, right? How far are you on your mortgage payments, or whether you arrived recently or later. Also no differences. The same debt service ratio, this is directly coming from the data, no differences. So kind of all the evidence is not aligned with credit constraint predictions. So this is, I think, something which is one of the main messages. And in the remaining 30 seconds, let me say that we run a very similar specification on the longer horizon up to 2020, in which we just fixed the cohort, which were 18 and 19 years old during the financial crisis, and we trace their outcomes later in life. So that's our human capital scaring exercise. Caveat: people coincide with their parents, and it's repeated cross section. So these are different kids. But we see that in terms of college, some college or college outcomes, children of homeowners are less likely to have any college relative to renters in more affected areas. This is the left-hand side graph. And the right-hand side graph tells you that their income is lower relative to renters in more affected areas, in areas in which housing prices were 1 percentage point lower than in other areas. So this is our, and they are lower, less likely to be employed. So this is in the paper. So to conclude, we find this muted countercyclical effect among homeowners' children. We don't find evidence consistent with collateral constraint. Instead, we interpret it as the overall housing wealth effect, and we find our scaring effects. So thank you so much. Sorry.
It's possible that places that ultimately experience loss has such a big run-up, and those places basically, the rate of college attendance is kind of reached a saturation or peak, the peak is probably not going to be 100%, or they reach close.
So again, so what you're wondering is how high was the pre-bust college enrollment rate? Is it what you're asking?
What I'm concerned about is the places that ultimately reach bust and have a big run-up, and this run-up incorrectly might have pushed the college attendance to a very high saturation level. So, it's not that they are not keeping going up like the renter sector, but they just can't go up further.
Yeah, yeah. This is kind of the ceiling argument, right? Like you already reached the, the high level, and I see what you're saying. So it could be there, but with kind of to rule out that this is something which explains the entirety of our results. Somehow I didn't show it in the presentation, but we have an exercise in which we narrow ourselves only to the sample of mortgagers, okay? So we even don't compare mortgages with renters, we just see within the mortgagers what happened. And there we again don't see these high LTV mortgagers reacting less countercyclically, okay? So kind of that kind of people with a mortgage are not those outright homeowners who sit, on this whatever, like top of the college enrollment, and within them we see kind of the effect go into the same direction. I don't know if that was something you're talking about. Yes.
Have you seen the data, like the type of universe, like the composition of private versus public or state school?
Yeah.
And because I think you're thinking about demand for higher education, but given the way state finances work and state universities are financed, the supply side might also matter, right? And maybe there's some capacity constraints.
As far as I know, at many institutions, the capacity binds in private institutions mostly, right? Whereas at many public schools, it's like capacity follows. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? So that's my take. It was, but then what are we worried about, right? Why do we worry about, because we trace people living in the same geography, right? So some of them went to college, whereas others did not. So they kind of were searching for the same, maybe not same institutions. So here kind of, I'm less worried because I really compare people in the same geography, okay, which mature in different periods of time. Some of them were lucky to reach college age before housing prices declined. Some of them were less likely. So that's kind of the comparison. Yes.
Do you have still data?
Student loan,
You know how much finance by, like,
I have, yeah,
like finance by.
in this data set, no. It's a type of census data, okay? So we don't have really many other loan characteristics other than mortgage, even them we have to reconstruct. So what I checked so far, I went to PSID, Transition to Adulthood Survey, and there you have information on children whose parents are either homeowners or renters. So I showed this table on the slide. And there I didn't see any differences in utilization, student loan utilization between homeowners and renters in terms of student loan utilization after the crisis. I mean, the sample is short, it's like 800 observations. I know maybe one should have to go to credit register data, but there also from my conversations with people, what I've noticed is that it's really hard to trace these family connections, because once people leave, once students leave, you don't see anymore, you know, parent-child pairs. This is kind of the caveat in terms of the student loans.
Like, oh, that I don't have like good jobs for that, so I can't take the loan. But so it's like my return of go to college as well.
So you are thinking about kids, right?
Yeah, the kids themselves.
Yeah. So this effect, hopefully we absorbed using PUMA year fixed effect, so geography year, they kind of, you know, tell us how good labor markets are, you know, locally, how high unemployment level is, you know, things like that. So if people really relate themselves to local unemployment rate, and yeah, so this is there, this is out. Yeah, otherwise, I mean, what else can explain those differences?
You have 1 minute?
Yeah, I have one question here. Yeah.
This is related to some of the other questions you've got, and I'm not sure your data is granular enough to get at this, but in this period, there was a conscious effort to expand community college capacity. And this was the explosion for profit college enrollment. And I don't know how much of that's going to be visible today.
So we have actual enrollment, but we don't know whether it's for-profit or non-for-profit institution, but we know whether it's a 2-year degree or 4-year degree, and we know whether it's public versus private institution. So in the paper, we show that there was a kind of a redistribution of kids from 4-year to 2-year, kind of suggesting that the cost was something, or like perception of how costly it is was something behind. But we don't really see the name of institution, you know, an actual tuition, unfortunately. It's kind of census data. Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Don't respond to the job time. Obviously, the SCAR analysis homework is so striking. So it's done on people who still live with their parents.
Exactly. This is a caveat.
I think that would be wonderful if you can just give that message to the parents, compare those people to just the general population, like in buckets.
Yeah.
At least about the results, they're so striking long run.
Yeah, great. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Patient reversal puzzle.
Yeah.
Thank you very much to the organizer for including the paper in the program, and for all of you, to all of you for sticking around until almost the very end. I'm very excited to present this joint work with Roxana and Laura, titled The Participation Reversal Puzzle. So let me start by briefly motivating the paper. So financial innovation was expected to democratize access and participation in risky assets. And these expectations sort of materialized during the 90s and the early 2000s when participation rapidly increased. However, after the early 2000s, this trend sort of reversed and participation started to decline. And this is puzzling, at least to us, especially considering that this was a period of continued decrease in both participation and information costs. So
both costs that households have to pay to access risky assets, but also costs that households have to pay to acquire data and information to evaluate these assets. So in the paper, we ask a relatively simple question, which is if participation and information costs both decline, shouldn't we expect the participation to rise? And to answer this question, we're going to formalize, test, and quantify a mechanism that is going to allow to rationalize these two trends. Okay. However, before we dig into the details of the mechanism and the quantification, let me just give you a sort of more direct and concrete evidence of what we have in mind when we talk about participation reversal puzzle. So the left panel plots one potential proxy of participation costs, which we compute as the minimum fee charged by purely passive retail mutual funds in the US. This pattern is robust to other measures. But what you can see is that this proxy, this measure of participation cost, declined throughout, with the decline that was particularly fast until 2006. And we find also the same trend if we plot proxy of information costs, such as, for example, the cost of storing and processing information, with the only difference that the decline was relatively faster even after the early 2000s. The right panel plots instead the participation rate from the Survey of Consumer Finance. And I want to be very precise on how we define participation rate is the share of households that have any position in risky assets. So equity, risky bonds, risky intermediated assets. We do that, we compute the participation rate, both outside retirement accounts and also accounting for risky position that households may have inside retirement accounts. And as you can see, what we find in both cases is that participation indeed increased in the until the early 2000s and then started to decline without a bound only relatively recently. Okay, so this joint decline in participation information cost on the one end and the participation rate on the other end, at least after the early 2000s, is what we have in mind when we talk about participation reversal puzzle. Okay. In the interest of time, let me skip the literature reviews. This is just 13 minutes. Let me jump right to, I'm very happy to chat about it offline or during the Q&A though. Let me jump right into the model, which is going to allow to formalize the mechanism that we have in mind that can explain these two trends. Okay. So the model is a three-layer information choice model with heterogeneous households that differ by wealth. They have some risk tolerance tau that increases with wealth. What this means is that wealthier households are more risk tolerant, and so they optimally demand larger risky positions. In the economy, there is one risky asset traded with some payoff Z. Households do not observe that payoff, but they can instead observe a noisy signal of the payoff with some precision, with the signal S with some precision D. So D is what we have in mind when we talk about data or information. Now, clearly, these data do not come for free. Households can purchase data by paying a quadratic cost, C of D, that you see there at the bottom. This quadratic cost has two key coefficients, two key parameters. The first one is C1, which we call data adoption or intensity, or information adoption cost. This is the coefficient in the linear term. And so what this captures is the extensive margin. Okay, so how many households optimally decide to acquire information? The second important coefficient is C0, which we call data or information intensity cost. That is the coefficient in the quadratic term. And so what this controls is the intensive margin. So how much information, how much data households optimally decide to acquire. Okay. And on top of that, we also have a fixed participation cost F that households have to pay if they decide to participate in the risky asset market. Okay, so with this in mind, the timing is first household decide whether or not to participate. If they do, they have to pay the fixed cost. Second, conditional on participating, they choose whether and how much data to acquire, and they observe the signal. And finally, they choose risky holdings to maximize mean variance preference with decreasing absolute risk aversion. So the equilibrium is relatively more complex, but in the interest of time, in the most streamlined version, it is characterized by three key objects. The first one that you see on the left, we call W part. This is the wealth threshold above which households optimally decide to participate, below which households optimally decide to stay out. Second, in the middle is what we call W info. This is the wealth threshold above which households decide to become informed. And finally, D of J is the amount of data that each household J optimally decide to acquire. As you can see, it increases with wealth because wealthier households are more risk tolerant, so they want to take large risky position, and so they have more incentive to acquire precision about the risky asset payoff. Okay, now let me jump into sort of the most important part of the model, which is what is the mechanism that can reconcile the two trends, okay? So we find in equilibrium, different technology shocks have opposite effect on participation. So let me start from the most intuitive one, which is what happens when the participation cost F declines. When F declines, participation is cheaper for everyone, and so the participation rate in the economy goes up. There is nothing particularly surprising about that. But now let's think about what happened when information cost decline. For example, when the data adoption cost C1 goes down. Well, when this happens, more households optimally decide to become informed. This makes prices in the economy more informative, but this is bad news for the uninformed household. So the Sharpe ratio earned by uninformed households go down, and so the participation rate in the economy decreases. A similar mechanism holds when the data intensity cost C0 goes down, with the only difference that now prices become more informative, not because more households decide to become informed, but rather because the wealthier households that are already informed optimally decide to acquire more information because the data intensity cost has decreased, okay? And so you can see from these three blocks that in a world in which participation and information cost both decline, the participation rate can actually decline if the decrease in information cost dominates over the decrease in participation cost. Okay. Now, the model delivers several, before we go into the quantification, which is sort of one of the key results of the paper, the model gives us several hypothesis prediction that we can test in the data. The first two hypotheses are about participation. The model will predict that, not surprisingly, a lot of models can allow to match that, but participation should increase with wealth, but also that the decline in participation after the early 2000s should come from the middle of the wealth distribution, where inframarginal uninformed households are more likely to live. Second, about returns, third about returns, the model will predict that wealthier and more informed households should earn higher risk-adjusted return. And finally, conditional on the information set of the econometrician that doesn't observe the same precise signal that informed households observe, it should look like informed households take on more risk, okay? So let's see whether these hypotheses are validated in the data. This figure plots again participation rate from the survey of consumer finance, but now separately for different quintiles of the US wealth distribution. And what you see is that first, participation indeed increases with wealth. This is a well-known fact. If you go from the red line at the bottom, which is the bottom quintile, all the way to the gray line at the top, you see participation monotonically increases with wealth. But also the decrease in participation after the early 2000s indeed came from the middle of the wealth distribution, in particular from the second quintile. Okay, now what about returns? In order to test predictions about returns, we cannot use the SCF. So thankfully, we can use another data source, which is called ADPAR. ADPAR is a data consolidator for a broad range of financial intermediaries that include broker-dealers, private banks, wealth manager, all the way to single-family offices. And they've now reached a relatively broad coverage of households' financial activity, in the sense that the platform covers now around $9 trillion in wealth, advised by 1,400 different financial advisors. The data also have some relatively nice features. First, they are relatively high frequency, they are monthly frequency, and they are also quite granular, in the sense that we observe returns at the security level for more than 280,000 unique portfolios. The data also have broad coverage across asset classes, including public and private asset classes. For the purpose of this paper, we're going to focus on returns in publicly traded risky assets, but just because these type of assets map very directly to the type of risky asset that we have in the model. The results are robust to using all assets in the financial portfolio of households. Okay, so what we do with the data, we first estimate sort of a canonical factor model. The only difference is that, and we do that separately for households in different wealth groups. The only difference is that we also include a dummy in the factor model for whether households are informed or not. As you can imagine, qualifying whether an household is informed or not is not an easy task, but thankfully we can rely on previous work that, using the same data, has showed that households advised by private banks and family office in different contexts tend to behave much more closely to what we have in mind as being the rational benchmark. Okay, so in our definition, informed households are going to be households advised by these two types of advisors.
What we find when we estimate the factor model, if we go from left, which is the bottom quintile, all the way to the right, which is the top quintile, the monthly alpha indeed increases with wealth. But also you see that informed households conditional on wealth, so in each wealth group, tend to earn higher monthly alpha, which is consistent with the model. Finally, we extend the factor model to estimate factor loadings separately for informed and uninformed households in each wealth group. This figure plots the beta on the market factor. And as you can see, again, consistent with the model, informed households in each wealth group always have higher beta. So conditional on information set of us, of the econometrician, it seems like informed households are taking on more risk when they're just actually more informed. Okay. Now, I'm not going to have time to tell you exactly how we calibrate the model, but we calibrate the model to match US economy while allowing participation and information cost to evolve over time. Importantly, we leave the participation rate over time completely untargeted. And the figure plots the change in participation rate in 3 key periods of our sample. And as you can see, the model can do a pretty good job at matching the data. It can match the increase in participation rate in the 90s and the early 2000s. This was a period when participation costs, as we discussed, were falling very rapidly. The model can also explain around relatively slightly lower than 50% of the decrease in participation after the early 2000s. This was a period when the decrease in information cost was stronger than the decrease in participation cost, and can also explain the rebound in the more recent rebound in participation. We also experiment when we calibrate the model with more parsimonious cost structures that have been used in the previous literature. We do that by fixing each cost one at a time. And what we find is that our flexible cost structure that accounts for, that includes participation, data intensity, and data adoption cost, is actually the only calibration that can match the decrease in participation rate after the early 2000s. So accounting for having a very flexible cost structure is actually quite important based on our result for this class of model to match the data. Okay. So before concluding, I would like to sort of spend 1 minute on what I think is another interesting and important final lesson that the model can deliver. I'm going to take just 20 seconds. But the model is useful to help us sort of think through how to reconcile two important pieces of evidence that have been proposed recently and that can explain higher returns earned by wealthier households. Among other papers, Bach et al. Shows that wealthier households tend to take on more risk, and so higher returns at the top are just compensation for more systematic risk exposure. On the other hand, Fanger et al. Has showed that wealthier households also seem to make better trading choices. They seem to be more skilled. Our model would suggest that these two pieces of evidence, these two drivers, are not necessarily in contrast with one another, because our model would tell you that wealthier households are the ones that are exactly the ones that are more incentive to acquire data, and so they are more informed and more skilled. But the condition on our information set of the econometrician, if we don't observe the same precise signal, they also look like taking on more risk. Okay, so I'm out of time. So thank you very much for sticking around until the end.
I find this data quite surprising, because if you look at 401k admin data, you see the exact opposite pattern, which is participation in risk asset increase precisely after 2006, the Pension Protection Act, that's where you targeting from both options. And so I'm wondering if that, because a lot of people now participate without them choosing, but being involved in the targeted fund, when the answer is yes, they're more confused. And so how much is it a true reversal versus
No, that's very important. I mean, default options are very, very important, like your papers, James' paper, many other papers. So that's why partly is we look at all risky assets. I think that's important. So our notion of risky participation in risky assets means equity, but also risky bonds, corporate bonds, intermediated assets. So we basically exclude treasury, money market funds, and cash. It is true that if you look at just participation in equity, you see some reversal after 2004 in the SCF. That decline is quantitatively meaningful, but relatively smaller, and is not as long-lived as the one that we have if we consider all risky assets. We do think, though, that having all risky assets is much more natural in our context, because the model is relatively general. You don't, like, the risky asset can be anything, can be any asset that pays a risky payoff is something that can fit the model. But you're right. Yeah.
you worry about sample selection bias in the sense of the other part being more kind of like skewed?
Yeah. Yeah. So let me be more. So I didn't have time to go into the details of the ADEPAR data too much. In other papers, we show that, of course, the ADEPAR data are not representative of the entire US population. They seem to be good to study the top 10% of US households. I would say I'm not that concerned that our results come from any selection from the ADEPAR data, but the reason is that, other paper using Scandinavian data in which they see the entire population, like the two papers that I mentioned at the end. They have the entire population, and they also find similar results as us. So risk-adjusted returns increase with wealth for different reasons, but they find similar patterns. So I'm not that concerned. James?
That one of the model is broad participation. Country in the middle of when you watch that graph on the slide, it seemed like in the middle of what that drop really only happened in 2009. And I'm wondering.
Yeah, that's absolutely. So we have a robustness test in the paper. So I think what you're wondering is that, this pattern could just be explained by the fact that the financial crisis was a big deal. People started to get out of risky equity and risky assets. So what we do in the paper, this is the left panel. So what we do in the paper, we double sort, we repeat the graph, double sorting households based on age and wealth. So, in particular, we take the age threshold as being more or less than 30 around the great financial crisis. So what it means is that we isolate people that presumably started to invest before the great financial crisis. So they experienced the great financial crisis while they were investing. And if you think about, like, I don't know, if belief scarring is a mechanism that is playing a role, we would expect those type of households to retract much more compared to households that started investing after the great financial crisis and they didn't experience the crash firsthand. But we find that, as you can see, like most of if you condition on wealth, the patterns are basically identical. So the decline is concentrated, is the same, regardless of whether you pick households conditioned on wealth that are below or above 30 around the great financial crisis.
That drop in middle participation rate, did that match when stagnation in the participation rate happened in the aggregate?
Oh, yeah, it does, right? So you see that, for example, here, like it started in 2000 and just after 2005, like you have this, it started to decline a little bit after 2001, then 2006, 7, the reversal starts. This is exactly the same pattern that we find in the aggregate. Yeah, in the figure that I showed you at the very beginning.
It seemed like stagnation was predating the drop in the middle, but I'm not going to believe it.
Like that it flats out before it drops. Yeah, but that's the same pattern that we find here, right? So if you go back to the very beginning, you see that outside retirement, including risky positions in retirement accounts, you see that it sort of starts to flat down a little bit and then decline. Yeah.
The size of the good information is kind of fixed, so like it's really captured by some population and then we're crowding out the middle class.
Yeah.
So how should we think of the long run, maybe secular upward like increase in the capital expansion, and how should we think about the sign, like the growing good information or good words investment?
You have in mind like the secular increase in participation that we've seen until the early 2000s?
This top product like this beauty, you're thinking it's a zero-sum game. Like you really have to get this good information and then look at the higher return.
That's right.
That's why some people are losing in this game. But then if the number of good information, the size of the good information is still expanding in the long run, maybe this can be also shared. So like it can explain
Yeah. Like I think where you're going is that there is different types of information. Maybe there is some information that our model captures better or captures less. I think that the model though is quite general, right? In the sense that every time there is a heterogeneity, now you are incentivized to acquire data and information, and that information gives you some signal about the future asset payoff.
I think the mechanism should play a role. Seems to me like kind of a general mechanism that should play a role. Yeah.
Like the right panel in some ways reminds me of like study a lot of labor force participation puzzle, and so then
Yeah.
this big point about like the demographic aspect is difficult.
Absolutely, yeah.
Is there a way to think about even just the versions 25-year-olds? Does this look any different if we think about age?
Yeah.
Like it does?
No, age adjusting doesn't look that different. So this is the graph that I showed you before. If we double sort by wealth and age, and maybe what we can do a little bit better is to have more granular buckets of age and wealth. But yeah. But if we double sort based on high, low wealth, high, low, in the figure we have above or below 30 around the great financial crisis, we find the exact same pattern. So the two lines coincides, condition on wealth. So in a given wealth bucket, regardless of whether you are younger or older, same participation trends over time. Now, that said, I want to be very clear. We're not claiming that this mechanism can explain the entirety of the change in participation in each of the three periods, nor the 100% of the reversal after the early 2000s. So clearly, there are other forces at play, but our calibration seems to suggest that this mechanism is quantitatively meaningful. But evolving demographics, evolving labor income, all these additional forces definitely play a role. Yeah.
I just missed a little. In your calibration, what are you calibrating? So
Yeah.
for households, it's not
Yeah, so it's yeah, no, exactly. So I can mention briefly. So we calibrate. I have actually the table, I think, in the. Yeah, so like it's a relatively standard set of moments that we target. For example, risk aversion, we target the Sharpe ratio earned by the S&P 500 during our sample period. The proxy of intensity cost, option cost, and participation rate. We use the proxy that I show you at the beginning. We can chat about it more offline, but it's quite a standard calibration. It's not, except for the data intensity, participation cost, and adoption cost. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Stop here, final presentation, child, and personal finance.
Great, thanks. Always a big pressure, the last presentation. So yeah, thanks a lot for including the paper. So this is joint work with David Westerheide, who is my external PhD student at Lund University. So this paper is motivated by two very well-established facts. So the first one being that the financial choices of individuals play an extensive role in determining welfare in all stages of life. The second one is that the financial choices of men and women do differ along various dimensions. We still know very little about what drives this second fact, and the first fact makes the empirical identification of the key contributing factors of crucial importance. And this is precisely what this paper is all about. That is, we ask whether it's possible that parenthood, beyond what is predicted by the associated drop in income, can be among these key contributing factors. In other words, is there a child penalty in personal finances? So existing explanations of the financial gender gap have focused mostly on factors such as differences in preferences, beliefs, financial literacy, and confidence. And at the same time, there is a substantial literature within labor economics that has shown that almost the entire gender gap in labor market outcomes can be traced to parenthood. But that literature stops at the labor market. So I'm trying to extend it. So let me just jump right to the headline before I show you any data. So what we document here is that upon parenthood, women start reducing their existing savings and reduce their saving flows. They even draw down their supplementary pension balances. They increase their reliance on consumer credit, and they disengage from participation in risky asset markets.
And this is not just a story about income or a drop in income when women are on maternity leave. When we decompose this change into what is predicted by the associated income change and other factors, the income drop predicts almost none of this gap. So this is not a mechanical effect. We will be using 3 different sources of data in this paper. So the first one being bank transaction data coming from one of the largest banks in Iceland, serving about 1/3 of the population, covering 2018 to 2024, where we observe basically all the financial transactions of the individuals within the bank, including their brokerage accounts. And one important note here is that in Iceland, all bank accounts are individual. There are no shared bank accounts. That means that we can be sure that the behaviors that we observe can be linked to the individual and not his or her spouse. Then we have information from Statistics Iceland directly linked to the bank data, and this includes individual and spouse and family identifiers, information about marital status, age, gender, and location of residence. And finally, we link to this, or we administered several surveys in collaboration with the bank. And from these surveys, we get various measures that we use, including financial literacy, beliefs about own financial ability and the financial ability of one spouse, task division within the household financial arrangement, etc. A little bit about the setting. So Iceland is known for high gender equality, and this speaks for it being a very conservative testing area. That is, we believe that whatever we find in such a setting, we would find at least a strong effect in settings where gender equality is not as high. At the same time, we have all the standard financial gender gaps that we see in other settings. For instance, women are less likely to participate in risky asset markets, and conditional on participation, they invest a lower share of their financial wealth into risky assets, they trade less, etc., etc. And finally, bank data provides a very comprehensive overview of the financial lives of individuals in Iceland, and there are several reasons for this. One of them being that there's very minimal use of cash and has been for a very long time. You can use cards for everything. And all financial obligations and contracts are linked to individual social security numbers. So any financial contract that individuals have or invoices, they will automatically appear in any internet bank that they will have. So we cannot be missing anything. And as I mentioned before, there are no joint bank accounts. Our sample consists of active bank customers as determined by standard activity filters. And the sample appears very representative of the underlying population in terms of demographics, income, deposit holdings, as well as the composition of their consumption baskets. And as consistent with the labor literature, we focus on the birth of the first child of a couple. And we only focus on individuals in a stable relationship upon childbirth. So we are not we are not picking up some effect of single mothers or something like that. We will be employing an event study design where the estimation is based on sharp changes in the outcomes of women relative to men upon parenthood. So on the right-hand side, we have event time dummies as well as age and month by year fixed effects to control for both life cycle as well as time trends. And we estimate then this separately for men and women and turn this then into percentage changes, where the denominator here is the predicted outcome after omitting the contribution of the event time estimates. So it's the counterfactual absent children. We then calculate the child penalty as the average effect of parenthood on women relative to men across pre-pregnancy and post-pregnant. And so back transaction data, they are very powerful, but they're complex. So before I ask you to trust the results that I'm about to present, I'm going to show you outcomes where we have very clear predictions as to how they should evolve around the birth of a child. So the outcomes that I show you here are the expenditure on nicotine products and groceries. And what we would hope is that when women get pregnant, they would actually stop using nicotine products. Maybe we would also hope that for fathers, but not as important. But this is exactly what we see. Exactly when they get pregnant, they stop using or draw down remarkably their expense on nicotine products. For grocery expenditures, we see that during the first trimester of pregnancy, women they reduce a little bit their expense on groceries. And I think everybody that has been in that position knows why that is the case. Then it kind of, it recovers a little bit. And then upon parenthood, it drops significantly while it spikes kind of for fathers in the same way. So they take over the shopping. And then they convert to a new normal that includes a new family member. So I think this is kind of a very realistic kind of description of households' behavior around childbirth. So this kind of hopefully convinces you that we are very well capturing real economic behavior and the timing is correct. Let me then jump kind of to the outcomes of interest. So first, for savings, we see that at exactly kind of the time when women become mothers, they start drawing down their existing savings, while we see nothing like similar for fathers. And they also draw down their contribution to savings. And let me remind you again, we are just focusing on individuals in stable relationship. So this is not about single individuals or single parents here. And when we look at risky asset market participation, we see the same. Exactly when women are about to become mothers, they start disengaging from participation in risky asset markets, while we see no significant effect for fathers. And finally, for consumer credit, we see that women start relying more on consumer credit, while we see no such effect for fathers. So we see that this is kind of at exactly the same point in time, women seem to be disengaging from long-term wealth-creating assets and leaning more on short-term consumer credit. So this is not just one account moving, this seems to be more like a general kind of divergence of the financial paths of men and women. And this is not only a temporary effect that we're looking. We're using a slightly different identification where we focus on the oldest child within the household rather than the first birth, which allows us to look at child penalties over more than 2 decades. We see very similar results for the first 2 years as what I showed you before, but we see then that that was only the beginning. So this is kind of this gap that we see that appears upon parenthood. It grows over time. So what can be driving this? So we would like to understand what the underlying mechanism may be. And one potential explanation could be that because women have lower financial literacy than men, that they may be responding then differently to parenthood than men. So to try to test whether that can be the case, we compare men to women with and without children and across different levels of financial literacy. And then we do see actually that this gap appears for all levels of financial literacy. So this does not seem to be what is driving this gap. So what else can be driving this? So long-term financial decisions, they do require time. And if childbirth is anything, it's a large and it's a persistent shock to time constraints, and typically more so for mothers. So a standard household model with task allocation does predict specializations when constraints are asymmetric. And this is exactly what we see, kind of what we saw in the data, that these sharp changes, they are consistent with that prediction. So what we do in addition is that we look also at the attention of individuals as captured by logins, and we see the same kind of behavior there at both at the point of pregnancy and at the point of childbirth. We see a significant drop in attention. So that is consistent with this interpretation of binding time constraints rather than slow-moving changes in preferences or some cohort effects. So this kind of time constraints, they can explain why engagement can fall, but they cannot explain why this adjustment is so strongly gender asymmetric. So for that to happen, we need some additional forces. For instance, beliefs that men are more capable of making financial decisions, or some social norms, identity, or something like that. So to test kind of this first hypothesis, we look at kind of within a couple, kind of individuals believe about their own financial ability versus the spouse. And we see very, very symmetric response for men and women. So it does not seem to be driven by different beliefs about the financial abilities of men and women. So other things must be explained. Okay, I'm out of time, so I will just kind of leave the conclusions here. Thank you. Yeah. The husband's finances later that the implications don't matter as much. Yes, I mean, you could say that, okay, if there is no kind of, if assets are shared within a household, but I mean, it's still more about that, because if you disengage, and so 50% of relationship or marriages will end up in a divorce on average. So if you have, and this is kind of across the world, so if you have never participated in risky asset market and was divorced, and then you will never get back to kind of investing. So even in if in our setting everybody was married, I mean this would still matter for that. And actually in Iceland, most firstborns are actually born out of wedlock. So in our setting, most of these couples are not legally married, meaning that their assets will not be split. But even if that was the case, it would still matter, because this is about kind of not everything can be insured within marriage, even though you can split assets 50-50. Yeah. Yeah.
So do you know how the money gets spent? Because there is less savings, so I assume there is more consumption.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the category of consumption? It's expenses that are related to work, amount takes care of expenses, or
so we try to kind of see if there was something kind of in particular, but no, we don't see that. I mean, it's also men, they also spend kind of more on children products. Didn't have time to see that, but I mean, they both of them spend more on children products and things like that. So it's not that we see something like that. Other explanations that we try to see is if men are then just more saving on behalf of their children, because we have information about children's savings account. And if anything, we see actually that women are contributing more to these children's savings account than men are. So that is also not explained.
You can allocate resources to children's account away from the loan account.
Yeah, but that is what we tested, and it's actually, if anything, it's rather the women that are contributing more to the savings account of the children. But it's not that it's not reallocation. It doesn't count, it doesn't account for the drop that we see. It's not high enough. Yeah.
I wonder if you can distinguish between people who are leaving the stock market, who were in it and leaving, versus people who were not in it and don't enter, right? Because it takes effort to leave the stock market too, right? So if it's all like you don't have the time and energy,
yeah,
I'd be surprised if it's people actively leaving as opposed to just not going in.
No. I mean, most of what we're seeing is actually that they are leaving.
That's kind of puzzling, right? If you think of
Yep.
this being a time constraint.
So, I mean, existing, so there,
Log
yeah,
in.
there's a few papers kind of lately that have actually shown that people believe that it's very time consuming to invest, that you need to actually monitor the market. So if you believe that, and if you believe that you will have less time now, that would be then, kind of the response. So,
But you can distinguish between people leaving versus
yeah,
people not entering.
yeah,
And it's more.
yeah, it's more about leaving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Explained by differences in income levels, because my understanding is that each regressions are run by gender, like separately, right? So your different estimates are relative changes. And if males make much more money than females, then maybe in absolute terms there are like the changes are the same, but in relative terms you see a much larger effect for women than for men. That makes sense.
Yeah, so I mean, this is kind of what we try to do with this decomposition, where we decompose kind of what is predicted by kind of the, by the income change that we see kind of in previous data, and that predicts almost none of that. So with kind of this variation in income that we observe, I mean, we shouldn't basically see any drop in participation. Yeah. Yeah. We only include those in a stable relationship, so we don't include single parents. Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult. So if you would want to compare single mothers and single fathers, we would have a very, very small sample of single fathers with newborns. I mean, that is something that you observe later on, kind of if people divorce, like with older kids, that you see kind of, but single fathers with newborns, I mean, yeah.
You mean single mothers versus married mothers?
Yeah, but I mean, their situation is just so different, so it's difficult to kind of compare, and this is why we decided to kind of focus on people in a stable relationship, so we can kind of isolate the effect. Yeah.
Do you have a sense of the or do you think it's so hard? Do they partners participate in this?
So yeah, I have to kind of see, like, yeah, I haven't looked at kind of conditioning on that, whether the partner is participating.
They start comparing their partners work, and at that point, if they're gonna start getting by constraint, they might just get out stock market because their partners was fine. But wouldn't change the net status, and women would get out by looking at their partner.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. We should look at that, but we see in general there's a lot of assortative mating in terms of in terms of stock market participation, and there's also spillover effects in general, kind of within relationship. So depending on whether you start cohabiting with somebody that participated, has an impact on whether you then start. Yeah.
So you could decompose an older age gap in participation in portfolios into pre-existing, caused by children. The labor market literature, you said, okay, to a first approximation, maybe that time out of the labor market, you would associate with childbearing, explains the average gap. But you're coming back here and just saying large, small, big. I'd like sort of, can you do something that tells us that seems like only a small fraction? And what fraction of the gap is it in the financial world?
So what gap?
So it's sort of a decomposition zip code. So pick either an age or a life point.
Yeah.
What part of the gap between men or women in an outcome is driven by the arrival of the first child effects versus pre-existing and other unexplained?
Yeah. No, I don't have, but I mean, kind of what? Yeah.
So just kind of put it in magnitude of the variance explained.
Yep.
Or gaps.
I can just say kind of before actually, when we just look at that, before actually, men and women have children, the gender gap is not that big. So that is also kind of really what we see. Kind of basically, until individuals become parents, men and women are extremely similar.
So it's a lot of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
30 seconds. So
yeah, maybe I collect just the questions and yeah. Okay. Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. Okay. Yeah.
So I hope it's marginal, but this is Scandinavia. I would like to see this effects benchmark other health shocks, hospitalizations, major abdominal surgery, and other health shocks that I especially for.
Yeah, I'm curious about the different time periods that you're studying. So one would be guys speaking of more generous maternity leave. So are these results stronger during maternity leave? Because back to the parenting leave, of course. And then secondly, the evidence you presented on like this grows with like age of child. I'm a little bit suspect of because a woman who has a 24-year-old child in your data sample grew up and parented under a very different, potentially more ethical environment than what could be 1-year-old. So I'm not sure that that's evidence that this is persistent.
We're negative, so
Yeah.
I think we'll go on in there, but plenty of interest in this topic. Great, thank you.
Thanks to the organizers. Are you gonna leave your house meeting?
Thank you. Okay, so we've come to the end of our 2 days. Some thanks are in order. First of all, thank you to Adair and Ray for all of their work putting together, reading many papers, working with me on finalizing things, and I really appreciate all of you guys' effort. So. Second, thank you to all the presenters and discussants. I thought you all did a great job and made for a really engaging meeting over the last 2 days, so thank you. Third, thank you to the NBER staff, including our friend here who helped us with all the AV. And thank you, let's see, one more thank you to Vanguard again for their support of the meeting. And then one more announcement. Our next meeting of the Household Finance Group will be Friday, December 11th. So mark your calendars. And Lulu and Taha Chokmani will be the co-organizers with me for that. So we look forward to seeing all of you then. Thank you.